Councillors, I'll declare the meeting open. Thank you very much for your attendance. Every elected member is here today, and I think that's a great outcome. This is the monthly meeting of Council, the October meeting, the ordinary meeting of Council, and this meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank each and every one who are in the room today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambal peoples. Can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Move to item 2. There are no apologies. Anybody wishing to have leave of absence noted? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. May I please request a leave of absence for the week of the 31st of October for any special meeting that may occur.
Okay. Someone like to move accordingly, please. So Councillor Carol Taylor has moved, Councillor Kerry Shine has seconded. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Anybody else wishing to have leave of absence granted? If not, we'll move to declaration of declarable COI. Councillor McDonald, item 8.1 of item 3.
Thank you, Mayor. As you say, item 8.1, item 3, CBD Heritage Incentive Policy, consideration of one application, 152 Harry Street, Toowoomba, and I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on 11th of October 2022, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDonald. Any questions for Councillor McDonald? If not, we'll move to item 3, which is the confirmation of the minutes. Firstly, the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of September 2022, at which all were present. Someone like to move that they're a true and proper record? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. The special meeting held on the 28th of September, at which Councillors Von Hoff and McMahon were absent. Anyone wishing to move? That's Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Item 3.3, the special meeting of Council held on the 5th of October 2022, from which Councillor Carl and Councillor McMahon were absent. Would someone who was present wish to move that that's a true and proper record? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Is there any business arising from the minutes of the previous meetings which you want to bring up at this point? If not, we'll move then to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions. Councillor Von Hoff, I understand you have a petition.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, today I present a petition that has arisen as a result of the clearing of land for development in Highfields. The petition requests that Council reforms vegetation management laws in the Toowoomba Regional Council area and, in particular, provides stronger protection for mature growth trees. This petition is signed by 6,839 people. I note that in item 14.1 of today's agenda, there is a motion before Council that has been proposed by Councillor Carl. This regards the mapping of areas of environmental significance and the protection of environmental values in the short term and also in the Toowoomba Region Planning Scheme. I ask that Council receive this petition and have it referred to the Chief Executive Officer, Brian Pidgeon, for consideration and report back to Council as the implications of acting spans all Council departments.
Thanks very much. Would someone like to move that Councillor Carl has moved the receipt of that petition? A seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. You can present the petition to the CEO. Councillor Von Hoff. Thank you very much for that. So we move to item 6, business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. I have no business to come up in that area in this meeting. And further to item 7, which is reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. There are no delegations or deputations today. So we'll move then to the reception and consideration of committee reports. And as we do, I point out to you our values of accountability, safety, well-being, teamwork, honesty and respect. First to come forward is the Planning and Development Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of that for separate consideration? If not, do I have a move of that report be received, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Oh,
One moment, if I could, please, Mr. Mayor. It's an important one in planning, and that is the LGIP, the maps. You'll recall in the committee meeting last fortnight ago, I raised the fact that the southern maps don't reflect the dams as their water source, and it was mentioned that there would be no opportunity to change this until 2024 by the General Manager of Planning. So I did wonder, apologies I didn't raise it quicker, I did wonder, given that those maps haven't been amended for this meeting, I just wonder if the General Manager would like to make a comment.
okay, we'll do that very briefly before we take the vote. We've advanced pretty well with this, but if you could make a comment, please. Stuart?
Thank you, Councillor. Basically, the amendment that we're looking at in terms of this LGIP amendment is for an interim amendment, and we need to be very careful that we don't overstep the mark and take it into a more general amendment. The particular infrastructure item is still to be finalised, and also there are many reports that back up those items that are actually in the list of infrastructure items. So the amendment really is an update of the infrastructure to take us through the next 5 or 10 years in an interim fashion. We are currently working on the full amendment of the LGIP, which will come back to Council, and certainly at that stage we'll be looking at all the infrastructure, that which will be paid for through infrastructure charges, and other key infrastructure that will be paid by state government or other means. So at this stage, it's an interim amendment, and we need to get that through for short to medium term management of the LGIP.
Thank you, Stuart. And there was no presumption on my part in relation to a decision making tomorrow, whether it be a positive decision or a negative one tomorrow. There will be a pipeline down to at least some of those towns in the southern areas from either council or the other alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Summerfield. We'll move ahead with this, but now the thing that I have neglected to bring forward was that there'll be 2 motions in respect to planning and development, one of which recognises Councillor McDonald's declaration. So the first motion that we'll put forward to you in respect to the receipt of that report will be all items except item 3. So do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Bearing in mind all items except item 3. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to the second motion, which is item 3. Councillor McDonald remains in the room and can vote, but the vote will be recorded. Those in favour of that, a mover please. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor McDonald voted in favour. Councillors, we move then to the Water and Waste Committee report, where there is the receipt of the report only. Is anyone wishing to have any comments in respect to that? Councillor Von Hoff has moved that. A seconder, please, Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour of the receipt of that report? That is carried. We move then to item 8.3, the Infrastructure Committee. And once again, there are no reports there. Would someone like to move that that be received, please, accepted? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved, Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment Community Committee. There is, of course, no issues to deal with there. Would someone like to move along? Move that, please, Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to the Finance and Business Strategy Report, where there once again were no matters. Someone wishing to move that, please, Councillor Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? The report's been received. That's carried. We move then to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Report, where there are three matters that there, the Bridge Street Quarry, Meat Stock Sponsorship Outlined Report, and number 5 is the Surat Basin Enterprise Olympic Preparedness Project. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? Mover, please, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. So that moves us then to item 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement. And Andrew Wagner, if you could come forward, please. I'll ask the acting GM in that area, Kylie Dalrain, to come down too, please. I'll hand over to you. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. So pursuant to section 204 of the Local Government Regulation, we present the monthly performance statement. You'll find at attachments 1 is the financial performance summary, which will go through some of the variance analysis. At attachment 2, we've got the consolidated financial performance statement. And then, as not dissimilar to last month, we present the 5 key priority projects at attachment 3. So going through the operating results as at the end of 30th of September, rates and levies is currently down slightly, but that's just on the basis on 46 properties which were yet to rate, and that's subject to property valuations. We're not expecting any variance to come through as a result of that. Fees and charges, as at the end of the 30th of September, is up 16% or $1.6 million. That's a positive reflection of recent events, including the Carnival of Flowers and additional revenue associated with the Carnival, additional expense reimbursement for the Neil Street bus station, and RMPC claims as underneath construction and maintenance is slightly ahead, and that'll be picked up at BR1, which is to be considered tomorrow. Interest received is continuing to show positive signs, and that's on the back end of the RBA rate increases. So we're continuing to be up there, and that'll be reviewed again tomorrow at the budget review 1. And grants and subsidies is down 565,000 or 54%, but that's just based on timing of claims and also association with DRFA, which is still to come through. Overall operating income is up 1% or $1.2 million. Offsetting that is operational expenditure. So labour costs are up slightly, around $470,000, whilst materials and services is a significant variance there of $7.3 million. That's on the basis of impacts on fuel costs, registration impacts, or registration costs, and other parts costs associated with fleet and logistics. But the material impact overall is associated with DRFA, which is reflecting around a $4 million variance there. But that's to be offset in part by the claims as the revenue comes through over time. Finance costs is up slightly, 3% at $59,000, and that's just a slight timing issue. We're not expecting any adverse effects there. That's offset in part by depreciation expenditure, and that's currently down $700,000 or 3%, and that'll be factored in at BR1. Moving on to capital revenue. Infrastructure charges, the cash component there, we're actually up to $0.6 million against budget, or 67%. So there's been two material amounts that have come through associated with the Middle Ridge Golf Club, and also a development at Carney Springs, reflecting around a $3 million year to date. Additionally is the $1 million positive variance for sale of assets, and that's associated with the disposal of some of our plant at the end of June, where we actually received the money in July, and so that'll come through at BR1 to reflect that timing variance. Overall capital expenditure is up slightly, $848,000 or 3%. As I indicated earlier on in the piece, at attachment 3, you'll see the top 5 capital projects by group. Thank you.
Any questions for Andrew or Carly? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thank you, Andrew, for the explanations behind some of those figures. I'd had those questions, so I appreciate the level of detail. And having heard what you've said, it sounds like attempts to try to have the budget in a place where we don't have such variances is largely beyond our control. I mean, the grants and subsidies, for instance, we understand that situation, the interest rates, again, so thanks very much for explaining that. My question then was in attachment 3, under the finance and business strategy, one of the key projects is the cyber security initiative, and there's a practical completion of 3% on that one. And so my question was, given some of the recent cyber attacks, Optus and Medibank, are there attempts being made to expedite the delivery of that project?
Councillor Von Hoff, to answer your question, Council undertakes a range of activities in ongoing capacity around cybersecurity risks and manage a range of security solutions across that. We also have regular auditing processes in place. The capital project that's been listed in that attachment relates to Telstra Purple being engaged to have a look at our cybersecurity activities at the moment and the practices that we have in place. They're at the point where they've submitted their initial report, I believe, with some activities and recommendations for us to have a look at moving forward. So that will form the basis of a bit of a roadmap, and any activities coming out of that need to be prioritised will be prioritised. I've also been made aware that we will be, or ICT will be shortly advertising for a cyber security coordinator to provide some focus in that area and ongoing audits. And in terms of the initial report from Telstra Purple, that will come through to the audit committee, I believe, in November.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if I could get an update on the Millmerran Pool based on the figures that are there, please.
I'll take that on notice, if that's okay, Councillor.
Thank you.
Take that question on notice. Thank you. Are there any further questions for the acting GM or Andrew?
Just comment.
Councillor Donald,
Comment if I could. You're on. Yeah, just a quick comment. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Kylie. And I guess this puts an greater emphasis on our budget review, which will be undertaken tomorrow, and in line with the federal government announcements tonight as well, just what may look like with a couple of the larger infrastructure projects that may or may not be slowed or increased after tonight. So, Andrew, thanks for the explanation. I know you've sent council an email as well with greater detail in regard to those things. I guess having the commentary on those rather large variances would be useful in this report, if we could in future, just a commentary greater than, say, 50% variance, which some of these are, would be quite useful for a reader down the track if we need to look back on it. So if I could take that through you, Councillor, Kylie, Acting GM Kylie, through to Andrew, that would be useful, I think, for
We'll have a look
council.
at that, Councillor Chair.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments or questions in respect to the monthly financial performance statement? If not, would someone move its receipt, please? Councillor McDonald has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Kylie and Andrew. We move then to item 10, the group reports. Item 10.1 is planning and development. Stuart.
Good morning, councillors. Sorry I didn't say good morning earlier when I got up to answer the question, but I was busy thinking about an answer. Basically, councillors will have read the report, and I'm more than happy to take any questions in regard to any matters on the report.
Are there any questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I was just wondering, in relation to that first item, Stuart, the Property Council of Australia had a guided tour, range of things, range of places, etc. Was there any consideration given to visiting the Bridge Street Quarry Garden site for these sorts of visits? And there's one also from the Moreton Bay Council too, I think.
From an aspect of looking at an old quarry, or I mean, what would they be looking at? It would be a question I'd have. I guess that the study tour has they come up to look at what council is actually building, what they've built, or what the private sector has built, and they were both those tours were very successful. I mean, for good reasons. TRC is on the map for doing a lot of good projects. That's a project for the future, I think, and certainly when we have, when this region's on display again through groups like Moreton Bay or these these umbrella groups that like to have these tours every now and then, obviously the quarry will be on show once we've got something to show, I think. At the moment, it's an old quarry. Does that answer your question? Or,
It doesn't seem like it's the right answer anyhow, Stuart, but
It's an answer. Thank you.
I'll be factual. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, you have a question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that this is Mr Summers's last official council meeting, as he will be leaving us, and I would publicly like to say how much I've enjoyed working with him and acknowledge the work that you've done here in 13 years. Is that right, Stuart?
oh, 14 and a bit.
14 and a bit, but who's counting? So, Stuart, I know that we'll be sending you off in an appropriate way, but thank you for everything that you've done for this community.
Thank you, Councillor.
I do have a question for you, though. It's not in the report. It's about Airbnbs. So there's a lot of disquiet in the community about loss of amenity and, council should be doing something about Airbnbs. And we have talked about it in the past, and is there a way, and should we be controlling Airbnbs in some way, regulating them? Is it about a differential rating system? Is it, what can be done?
Okay, Airbnb is a very interesting topic. First up, they do require a planning approval. Having said that, of course, there are many, many active B&Bs out there, or semi-active, which are the real problems in the sense of trying to track them down, that are out there, of course, without the appropriate planning approval. There's been discussion with state government over a number of years about how we might go about, how we as a state might go about licensing or governing these uses. I mean, in the main, I guess a lot of them sit there very quietly and no one really knows. The neighbours don't even know that, apart from the fact that the car up front probably changes every few weeks. But there are other problems with other Airbnbs. We'll certainly be looking at that in the planning scheme again, but I'm not sure what more we can do other than continue to have it as an accessible use in the scheme. Is that near enough to an answer? Or?
Yes, I suppose so. So would your advice to the public be to, if they're unhappy about the Airbnbs, to check that it has been registered as an Airbnb?
Absolutely. I think the first question would be, does it have an approval? People can ring up the TRC number and be put through to a planner, and that can be checked up very quickly and easily. And I think you'll probably find most of those don't have a planning approval, so that will then mean our planning inspectors will go out, knock on the door, and try and prove that it is actually an Airbnb, which again is not that easy. Sometimes we can find them, once we know a particular premises may be used for Airbnb, we can look it up and find if they're advertising. But once again, a number of them just advertise through rather boutique areas, and they're a bit hard to track that way as well.
Look, I don't want to sort of monopolise your time on it. Mr Mayor, if I could just have a quick comment from you about the, there's a lot of talk that the Airbnbs are taking away from the private rental market, and we should be somehow rather regulating these Airbnbs because that's taking away from housing. Can you make a comment about that?
I think there's two issues there. One certainly is it removing houses that could be on the normal rental, the longer term rental market? That's good. That is a good question, and also the legitimate motel industry has had a concern about the way Airbnbs are regulated for a very long time, because they're probably more directly in competition. So there are those two issues that come to bear on it. Look, yes, obviously, if a house is being used for Airbnb purposes, it's not available for long-term rental. But it's the market that is probably moving in that way, leaving aside the approvals and what have you. Obviously, there is a call and a need for Airbnb, and it's a legitimate use, and obviously a use that's in demand. Not everyone, particularly families, want to go to a motel, and there's not always a house available that they can go to. So Airbnb fills that gap where a family can go, but that doesn't avoid the need that they should be assessed. They should be reviewed, assessed, and approved to make sure that they are at least being controlled as a land use. The issue of licensing and bringing them into line with motels, hotels, what have you, is another issue. And that's being pursued, I understand, at the state level.
Okay, I've got Councillor Summerfield next.
Thank you, Chair, and I've nearly forgotten. No, I haven't. That was, first of all, an echo of Councillor Megan's words, wishing you all the best in your retirement, Stuart, and thank you for all you've done. Just in relation to the council sponsoring the Agronomy Australia conference, I just wondered how much that sponsorship was, and I believe in relation to sponsorship we have criteria that must be met, which includes depending on the value of it, either the mayor or mayor and councillors are invited, and I wasn't aware of it, and I just wondered how it went. We also had a stand there, I believe.
Yes.
In conjunction with Tisby, was it?
Yep. Look, I might have to take that on notice, apart from the fact that I know that I think the sponsorship involved us giving them the Good Shed rent-free, which is about $1,700 a day or something like that. So I'll have to come back to you on the actual monetary extent of that particular sponsorship. But I think you're right, it was a very successful conference and very relevant to the region.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have Councillor Councillor Von Hoff next, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. To the point raised by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan about the Airbnbs, and thank you, General Manager, for your answer on that. Seems to me we'll have a really good opportunity, given that Brisbane City Council's most recent budget included all of those differential rating systems. It will be an opportunity for us to reflect and see what the lessons learned, how successful it's been, and then they've sort of been the guinea pig that we can learn from to see if it's something that we would consider implementing here.
Actually, that I was going to reference that actually, and say that one of the upsides of BCC moving to rate them as a more of a commercial premises, it will force those half-hearted ones, the ones that aren't in the housing market at the moment, long-term housing market, but only are used sometimes as Airbnb. If people have to pay more as an Airbnb rather than long-term rental, guess what's going to happen? So that would be a good effect. That would bring more houses back into the market. And I think that's partly what's behind what BCC are doing.
Yeah, I think that it was a sort of a punitive measure almost to really make sure that their hearts were in it if they were going to, it was going to be commercially viable for the owners.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. We'll move now to Councillor Carol Taylor.
Sorry, I wasn't sure
I've
that
got
you...
it sorted up
Thank
here
you very
for you,
much.
Carol.
I'd like to add my congratulations and thanks to you, Stuart.
Thank you.
I've been here that whole time you've been here, and you know, it's been really great to have you here. I know we're not losing you from the community, so that will be a great thing. I wanted to comment on the Airbnbs, and I note that you said it's a legitimate use. It's only a legitimate use if there's planning approval for it. And I myself have bought from other operators in town pages and pages of people who are operating as Airbnb that we've actually chased up. I think that it's really quite an anomaly. It's the same with Uber in the fact that, you know, the state government charged $500,000 for a taxi licence, and people put their money into that in good faith. So motels and apartments and other places like that, they pay their dues, and they actually pay that by having proper approval and then by advertising, and people who don't with Airbnb are actually skimming the top with no approvals, and there are many operating in this city without any kind of approval at all, and only have approval once they're actually found out. And it has to have an effect on the rental market. Of course it does, and that's what Brisbane City has found. I spoke with them about that up at the conference, and Peter Maddock has said that, you know, because of those anomalies, that's what they're trying to do. But I do note here, my question to you was that it was mentioned in a previous report that a report would be coming back to us to consider on what we wanted or what measures we could take with rating for Airbnb, and I note to date we have seen nothing on that at the moment. Can you, through the Mayor, can you answer me, are we preparing a report, or...
This is in regard to rating, separate rating?
In regards to, yes.
Okay, yep.
Yes.
I can take that up with Anne-Marie.
Thank you. I'm sorry, yes, it probably was through finance, yes.
That's fine, I'll take that on notice.
Nothing has come back, and I think it's
Yep.
very interesting because, you know, it is a three-pronged effect, and it affects the legitimate business houses, accommodation houses, and, you know, and then it also, and Councillor Megan is quite right, you wouldn't want one of these sometimes to bob up next to you because, you know, at least a couple of times a year you're going to have issues with amenity in your neighbourhood. So I think that at least the least that can be done is our community needs to be encouraged to check with council whether whether they are licensed for what they're doing, and if not, to actually report to council on that. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Carroll. You have an answer for that one? Or?
Only that I'll take the rating matter on notice, and in terms of checking, that's very difficult. I mean, an Airbnb looks like any other house in any other street across the city. That's a problem. And
Sorry,
yeah,
General Manager, what I'm meaning by that, I'm not asking you to check. The community are the best people to
absolutely. I 100%
moderate
agree.
this,
Yep.
and the community need to understand that we need their help if we're going to have these
Absolutely.
licensed.
And
And that's, I'm sorry if I didn't put it as succinctly as I meant to,
Hmm.
but that's what I think we need to do, and the community needs to be encouraged to come to council, report anything that they suspect isn't right, and then we can follow that up on their behalf. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anyone who lodges a complaint or a letter to us in regard to that matter will be inspected and taken up and responded to.
Stuart, if I could just ask you a question that relates to some of the, there are a number of major grain depots on private farms, and I know they're very significant, and they demonstrate the entrepreneurial skill of the people who've got them. But I've had a couple of complaints in recent times in respect to traffic around those, coming on and coming off. And I can think of about 4 of them that I know of in this area, but there would no doubt be many more. Are there any rules around this? Because I think it's an as of right to have adequate storage on your property for your own grain, that kind of thing. But I think there are a number of these that go well beyond that. In fact, you know, they demonstrate, as I said previously, the entrepreneurial skill of the people operating them. But I do think that there needs to be some sort of an understanding, particularly in terms of planning and possibly requirements in terms of turning in, turning out, that kind of thing. I think that, and I'm not negative about them. I just think that it's probably reached the stage where we need to get involved with some of these major depots and just see if we can tidy it up from a safety point of view. Councillor Carroll, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do agree with you, and I think that it's a bit more than that as well, because it's untold damage to our road system and carrying, not, you know, I mean, there should be turnouts. They should pay, if these businesses, if they were setting up in a city or an industrial estate, would have to pay toward the road network and egress and entry into their business, and that's not being done. I think there does have to be a threshold, and after that it becomes a trading business. So without capturing, I do agree with you, without capturing, there has to be a threshold, I believe, for these businesses.
Yeah, well, I think it's, to me, it's wholly about safety, and they're the stories I'm getting, and no doubt Eric's taking a few notes up there in respect to infrastructure. And I think there may be one before you at the moment, one issue regarding one of those, or if it hasn't, I'll tell you about it. But the people want to be cooperative, and I think, once again, these things are a major part of the economy here, and I certainly don't have in my mind a plan to restrict them, other than to make sure that they're safe. So if I can just leave that one on the table.
Absolutely, and it's interesting. It's probably those farming activities a little closer to the urban areas, because, you know, you drive down the Newell Highway, for example, and you see humongous new grain silos on the farms, and it must cost the farmers a huge amount of money to do that. And I guess when you're out there in the middle of nowhere, really,
Yep.
Farmerville, you're probably not disturbing a lot of people. But closer into the urban areas, certainly there is a lot of activity, and particularly the trucks coming and going. But it's a conundrum, because if you don't have the on-farm storage, then you have probably more trucks in an ad hoc manner leaving the farm, taking it to a commercial silo, or in fact to the port in containers. So more often, so it is a conundrum. But look, I'll take it on board and see what we are doing about that in the new scheme, and maybe get back to councillors.
And bearing in mind, my intent is clearly not to cause some enormous grief,
No,
but just
that's
to
right.
make sure the safety is right.
Yep.
There's no doubt in conversations I've had with the Mayor of Gundawindi in recent times, I think they might have far bigger problems than we've got with some of these things right on highways, that kind of thing, that are causing them some grief. But we'll continue with that. Anybody else got any further questions? Look, can I just add to what's been said by Megan and Nancy in respect to your service for this organisation, Stuart? I've always had a wonderful working relationship with you, and I think in the very early days, those of us who sat around the table on day one probably realised that planning was a big issue, and there was a very strong feeling, though, coming out of the chair of planning at that stage, Councillor Orford, that there ought to be a new start. I certainly supported that, particularly with the change in the size of the whole organisation, and of course planning is not the easiest portfolio to be involved in. There's always a lot of different opinions, there's a lot of pressure coming from different sectors of the community, but you know, I well remember the CEO of the day coming to Councillor Orford and I saying he'd got a cracker, and that apparently was you, Stuart, at that time. So I'm very thankful for the work that you've done. I'm very thankful for the relationship that we've had, and I hope that we continue to be friends well into the future. And once again, on behalf of this community, thank you very much for the work that you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Stuart.
Good on you. Thank you very much.
Can I have a mover for that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Bill Carl, those in favour? That is carried. Councillors, we now move to the water and infrastructure. Damien?
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. We'll take the report as read, sir, and go straight to questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor McMahon?
Chair, thanks. Damien, good morning. Wondering about, if you could explain to me how this process works. We've got a combined dam levels at 100.2 in your report. I should imagine it's up since this was written. We know that our friends in Brisbane are releasing their dam water preventatively to get ready for what's to come, another La Nina. We don't have the ability to release our dams, from what I've been told, but I'm wondering around preventative measures that your team may be taking when we're already at 100.2% and up. And, you know, there was a heck of a lot of rain at my house last night, so I dare say we're in for a fairly wet few months. Is there anything we can do proactively in that space? And I'd love to hear your thoughts, pick your brain about that. Thank you.
Councillors, there are no control mechanisms on the dams for us to do a voluntary release. We don't have gates on either Kubi, Perseverance or Crestbrook Dam, which continues to be of some confusion, particularly on the Kubi. People seem to think there's gates there. There's no gates. We are today in a state of alert for the dams. So that what that means is that we are monitoring it. I've got operators that go out and monitor the levels every day. That is business as usual. We have a roster, and we've had a roster for the last week. Councillors, if you don't see me one day, it's because I'm on night shift. We were thinking about standing up the control room last week, and it was a day-by-day proposition. We would stand up the control room first in accordance with the emergency action plans, which were approved by the Dam Safety Regulator for each of the 3 storages, and we would monitor what is going downstream and make notices to affected people who are downstream. So late last week, we did contact the residents downstream from Crestbrook in accordance with the emergency action plan. So we were ready for a wet summer. We are trying to adjust some of our capital program and bring forward things to the weather pattern where we can do it. We can't compress everything into the first few months of the year or the last few months of the financial year. We continue to work over the summer period, but we stand ready to. We've got what we call Friends of the Dams. We also, when I've put my team into fatigue, we still have the business as usual to do the very next day. So we'll have inundation into the sewerage networks and overflows and things like that, which is business as usual for us. So the next day we continue to have to operate. So we're very conscious of that and who goes onto these rosters and how long we have them on those rosters for. So we have extended out for Friends of the Dams, so people in other areas of council come across to assist us, so that we don't have a lone worker out at the dam site. There's always a buddy system, like diving. There's a safety buddy. That safety buddy doesn't necessarily have to be a dam trained person, but certainly one of those people out there at the dam sites needs to understand what happens with a dam wall and understand what to look for and understand what the dangers are. So we are absolutely ready for this summer. Our maths is intimating and our estimates are intimating that the capacity for water to pass through the spillway at Crestbrook will be adequate for this summer. We are spilling at the moment.
No, thank you for that, and I suppose a shout out to our staff who are in other departments, not necessarily associated with water, and I do know that some of them go out and give nights and weekends to help out at the dam, so big thank you very much to those who do. I don't know has this ever been a problem that you're 100% and expecting a wet summer? Does that ever happen in the history of our dams?
Yes, it has.
Yeah, right.
2011, 2013, that's just the recent record. There would have been earlier instances of that as well. So when dams are full, every wet season, even a normal wet season, is concerning with the Bureau of Meteorology's predictions. We're ready to respond, and we will follow the emergency action plan, which is approved by the Dam Safety Regulator, to the letter.
Thanks for that. I look forward to seeing your plan play out over the summer, and if you need communication with us, you know where to find us, but thanks very much.
Hand over now to Councillor Shine. A question?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Damien, just refer you to that first line in the total figures for the month under water operations for the dams and Crestbrook. I'm just intrigued by the combined seepage and evaporation in particular figures compared with, say, the volume extracted. They're not far off. The combined seepage and evaporation is not far off the volume extracted. It just seems incredible to me that not even in summer yet, but that evaporation figure should be so high. Could you explain why that is high, or if it is high, and why it is so, and that's we should expect even more evaporation as summer approaches?
Evaporation is a function of not only a little bit of temperature, but also surface area. So as a dam, particularly Crestbrook, as it fills, its surface area increases quite considerably. And then it's a function of the wind. So as the wind comes through, it depends on how much humidity the wind is already carrying as to how much it picks up. So it's a complicated piece of maths, but that is the way that it's derived and calculated. But we also have out there at the dam evaporation pools. A little metal bowl, looks like a child's play pool, and we measure the evaporation off that. So it's a very known surface amount of area, very known amount of water that goes in there. We take the readings off that and extrapolate that to the surface area of the dams. So that is the way that's calculated. So coming into the summer, as it warms up, and we will be having greater evaporation as it's warmer, but it's predominantly a function of the wind and the humidity in that wind.
Just if I could follow up there, there's nothing unusual. That figure of 364.6 is not unusual in your experience for this time of the year?
It doesn't strike me as being unusual for the levels of the dams, no.
Councillor Sommerfield.
Thank you, Chair. And Damien, thank you for that dams update. I think councillors really appreciate a better understanding of how that all works and in these uneasy times. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one when I woke up this morning and could hear that rain coming down. I think all of us around the room were getting a little bit unsettled, and so it's reassuring to hear that update today. And thank you to all of our staff who go above and beyond during these times under pressure. So I just wanted to acknowledge that if I could. Also in relation to the what Councillor Kerry raised before, the big one for me, and that is the seepage. And I'd really appreciate, and I'm not putting you on the spot here, but if you could let us know, all of us, whether that is reducing now that we're getting some of those smart meters into our infrastructure. And I'm not talking about the residential smart meters, I'm talking about the big ones. If we're getting any reduction in seepage, and if not, do we have to do more? Because that's a significant loss throughout our infrastructure that we'd greatly like to see reduced. You know, we can be have a bit of luxury at the moment because we've got full dams, but at the end of the day, as our dams will go down again, as we know, the drought's just around the corner. So it'd be great if we can continue to see that seepage reduce. But I just wanted to mention the much smaller dams, the Clyton Waste Facility dams, and I'm thinking with the rain that we've had overnight, and I looked at the map, and it's definitely all that rain's also been falling in the north. What is going to be happening now out on those properties that are being inundated from those dams as they overflow, and what we can do to try and reduce the impacts, please.
I'll try and remember all those councillor questions, and I'll pass on your thanks to the team. Phil McEwen was up periods last night, as I was watching the storm cells come through. So councillors, even when we are not officially required to be in the control room, you will find water experts sitting there watching the BOM and thinking about this as to whether or not we need to activate. So I'll pass that on, thank you. Councillor Summerfield, the seepage number in the dams, there are no dam walls ever that are completely impervious to water. So that seepage goes not only a little bit past the dam wall, it also goes down into the ground around the dam. So that seepage is not in the network. So this is just water which is sitting in our 3 dams, which we calculate has either gone past the dam wall down the creek, not through the spillway, but naturally through the ground, and or has been absorbed by the ground in and around the dam. Smart meters is a very different thing. Smart meters is all about system losses. So once it leaves the dam and goes into our trunk infrastructure, goes past Mount Kynoch and goes into our reticulation and distribution, smart meters is going to help us find leaks on the customer's side of the meter. And it will help us to work out how leaky our network is by removing and having better data on what the customers are doing. So then we'll be able to do what's called a mass balance. That is, the water into the network minus the water that we know the customers used over that 24-hour period, 7-day period, whatever it is. And then we start looking at how much water has been lost in our system, either through leaks and or unmetered legal use. So, for example, fire hydrants, fire hose reels, those sorts of things. So we will be bringing a paper to you very shortly on smart meters, and I'm very excited about the proof of concept, and we'll bring that to you in due course. I think that was the first 2 questions, and in relation to the other water storages, Clyton Waste Facility is a retention basin, essentially for the site and for the hard stand water. It's not to be classified under the legislation as a dam is something very different, so that's a retention basin. We are putting in a standpipe. I'm not sure if it's been constructed yet, but I asked for it to be prepared. Maybe that's coming through BR1. So we're going to put in a standpipe so that the ISG crews to the north, Infrastructure Services Group crews to the north, could use that for construction water, and or, you know, it would be available for watering Parks and Rec should they so wish to do so. But we would try and put that water to use out of, in particular, Clyton. But there are a number of places where we have small vessels of water, and some of them can be put to good use, and some of them we can't. For example, at Bedford Street, at the primary landfill site that we have, there is a small stormwater catchment area, which is to capture the runoff. It's down towards the railway line, looking towards Watala sewage treatment plant. That is in an inhospitable location, not suitable to be pumped or anything. So that's just used as a stormwater retention. Councillor Summerfield, I think those were all the questions.
Are there any other questions for the GM? GM, could I just ask, has there been any change in attitude in respect to the $203 million bill that we could possibly have to meet the NCAL requirements? Any opportunity I have to talk to any senior minister, I've asked them, and there's both sides, both state and federal, are not particularly interested, haven't been. I've noticed a slight warming towards it and possible help, and I was about to ask Minister Catherine King in Canberra recently about it when the bells rang and she took off, and I haven't seen her since, and that's what happens in Canberra. I will be talking to Minister Butcher in the not too distant future in respect to it. But has there been any softening? Because, you know, the dams we built were built to meet the requirements of the day. And now those requirements have changed due to perceived climate change. And I think it's reasonable that we do everything we can to see if we can actually get some external money to help us on that journey.
Mr. Mayor, I have prepared some letters for signature, both to federal and to the state. They're going through the consideration process in my office prior to coming up to the CEO and to yourself. I haven't been notified of any softening by either the stance from federal government or opposition, or the state government or opposition that I'm aware of at the moment, but we will continue our efforts to influence that.
It appears it's a very big, broad requirement right across many dams in this country. Councillor Summerfield?
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you for raising that. And I'm in the same boat as you. I do think it's been overkill, to use an expression that's comes to mind. And I like that we continue to question it, but I'm concerned that but more importantly for me, as we keep getting pushed down this road of spending $203 million on our dams, which will give us no extra water capacity, no nothing. I just wonder, have we actually formally done a submission for funding for these projects? Or have we just talked to ministers in meetings on the run? Have we actually, I've been in meetings where we have talked to the minister and he has said no, but have we actually ever formally put a submission in for funding for it?
From my perspective, Councillor Summerfield, it's been that instant no that we've had from both levels of government that have probably made me think if there's a different pathway rather than just going that way that we had to go. But I think probably a preparation of documentation and submissions might be appropriate in the not too distant future. Thank you for raising.
Mr. Mayor, over, well, decades now, multiple approaches have been made to multiple levels of government. We recently wrote, you recently wrote a letter and we were to attach a schedule of those. I'd be happy to circulate that schedule to councillors as a question on notice after this meeting.
Yeah, I think it's ongoing work, Councillor Summerfield. I think we've got to continue to look for opportunity in this space. But the interesting part, as you well know, is that the word no comes out of the ministerial mouth very quickly when you bring the subject up. You finished, Councillor Summerfield? Councillor Shine?
On a different matter, if I
Yes.
might, just going back to your report on the Inland Rail work, the Rising Main relocation work, Is that, to your knowledge, has that been paid for by Inland Rail or will be paid for by Inland Rail or by the ratepayers?
I might take that question on notice. It's a complicated section there, if I may.
Are there any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor, through you to GM Platts. On page 33, GM, we talk about the sewage collection systems, investigation of sewer network surcharges due to infiltration associated with recent rain events in progress at Clifton, Pinckney Point and East Street. Given the passage of time from when this was authored to today, have those investigations revealed anything that the council should be aware of?
Mayor, just before, thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before the General Manager answers, if there's specific information about this that pertains to East Street, I'll have to exit the room.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'll be very general in my comments here. There's nothing that I need to bring to the council chamber at this point in time. Some investigations are continuing. Some have concluded. This was work for last month. We are quite late in the following month now. So as a matter of business as usual, we progress these sorts of activities to look at what is the cause of inflow into the sewer network, because that becomes a problem for us down at Watala. So, councillors, one of the great things about smart meters, smart water meters, is that because it will use the 4G and the 3G network to communicate rather than its own wireless, its own radio signals, we actually will have the ability to add on additional sensors. And one of the sets of those sensors could be stormwater manhole covers, could be sewer manhole lids. So we will get data not only out of the SCADA of the sewer pump station when it was running, but we'll also be able to see where throughout the network inundation, that is water coming directly into the sewer network, is coming from, so we can triangulate and try to better target our smoke testing to find those locations, or our CCTV monitoring to go and find those locations of stormwater inundation into the sewer network. But there's nothing I need to escalate.
Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillors Von Hoff and Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried. Move now to item 10.3, which is the infrastructure services. Acting GM Eric, please.
Good morning, councillors. The report has been presented and I'm happy to take some questions. I do have some pre-prepared questions from Councillor McDonald, so I'll answer those at the end, but we'll take any other questions.
Any questions from the floor for Eric? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eric, for the report. This may be a question that you'll take on notice, which I'm happy for, but just in relation to the black spot funding, can you elaborate on what the criteria for that is, and how is the funding or the projects determined for our region, and when is the next round of black spot funding due? Happy to take on notice if need be.
No, certainly. The black spot funding is, there's a couple of different criteria that they judge the black spot funding applications on. To be eligible to actually submit a black spot, there has to be a certain number of accidents or serious injury accidents at a location or within the certain circumference of a location to reach the eligibility stage. So that's one method that it can be done. The other method is that if a safety audit is done on a location and that can be justified through a safety audit, that's another one. So that's the two main criteria to get them to be able to be submitted to the Department of Transport, Main Roads and Transport accept our applications. It's federal money, but they assess the applications. It's a panel which actually assesses those. In terms of how the Toowoomba Regional Council assesses it, our transport planning people undertake a review of the locations. We get accident data through the state system, which is populated by the police department, etc. So we can analyse those accidents to identify locations where we have had a number of accidents that meets the requirements, and then they will look at those. Generally, they have done a presentation to council about the various submissions that we're about to submit. Now, in terms of when the next round is, I'll have to take that one on notice. I can't recall off the top of my head, sorry, so we'll get that information. It's only the once a year, I think, and we usually find out early in the new financial year as to whether our projects were successful or not. So it's probably not far away, but I'll take that on notice if I could, and I'll get that information to you when the next round closes.
Thank you. Acting General Manager, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Thanks, Eric. So, if there's an area that is identified by members of the community, is that something that we can bring to council for consideration?
We could certainly go and assess the number of accidents that have occurred at that site, etc. I think that's how we've primarily done it in the past, rather than through formal road safety audits. That's how we've generally done it in the past. And that would be our first instance. If a member of the public comes to us, we would go and look at the accident history there and see whether it meets the criteria.
Thank you. And is the safety audit done internally, or do we bring an external party in to do that?
I'm uncertain as to whether it's a very technical audit that's done, and I have a feeling that we get source that from outside to undertake the safety audit. You have to be an accredited safety auditor to undertake the audits. I'm uncertain as to whether we've got that capability in our design and planning area. It's likely that we would probably contract that out.
Okay. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Councillor Taylor.
Acting General
Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Eric. Just wondering, in your report, the flood recovery program. So I just wanted to talk about our roads on a general picture. Sorry, I can't see you sitting here, but you can hear me. We know that early this year, some significant rain events, our road repair crew were flat out and working very hard on doing flood works from the February 20 event. And your report says that all of those works have reached practical completion and now on maintenance. We know that there was emergency temporary work for the February and May storm events, and they're in the acquittal phase following completion. So I'm just talking about our whole team who look after roads. There's a fair few people waiting on, road upgrades, those kind of things to be done within the priority schedule, within capital works. Does the completion of this flood work free them up to work on some capital projects? Is that how it works, or could you just give me an update on the status of that?
Okay, we've been hit by a number of rolling events. So what we're talking about here is back in the 2020. So time frames. Oh gosh, when were they? The number of events that we've had 4 declared events in the past 2 years. Our last one was in May. The one before that was in February, March. And before that there was a November one, and then so the 20 event, November 20 event, is the one that we've just finished all the works and is now on maintenance. Okay, so we have a 2-year time period from when the event finishes, or from the the financial year that the event occurs in, we have 2 years to finish all of our restoration works. Okay, so that's for the event. So the one that we've just finished there is for the event in November 20. Okay, so now when an event occurs, we have a 3-month period of what they call emergent works, where the level of data that we have to provide to the QRA to be funded for the works is a bit less, and they are works just to get the road open. It's not to do restoration works, to do the final fix. So we have a 3-month period from that. Now, that for our last declared event, which was in May, that 3-month period ended in August, I think, was, if I've got my dates right there, sorry. So that emergent works. We are now in the process of doing the restoration works for those February, March. So to answer your question bluntly, we are it really hasn't freed up a lot of time because we're continuing to do. We believe we'll be able to deliver our capital program as we've put in. You'll remember we withdrew 10 million at the last minute to try and make sure our capital works was achievable, knowing full well that we would have significant flood restoration works in this financial year. And so, yeah, we've submitted some of the REPA submissions for the February, March event, and you've been aware from some of the information sessions, we've started on some works before we've received approvals or formal approvals for that, works that we're confident will be reimbursed for. So we're into those priority works now, and that will only continue as we get more. So we will be balancing our capital works and our flood restoration works as we go.
Thanks very much for answering that, and I'm glad it was said in a public meeting, and very appreciative of the work your guys are doing and how busy they are, and they're still cleaning up the pieces in a lot of ways from events that happened a year or two ago, and I appreciate that. And probably Councillor Carroll, who's well briefed on this, has been working through it very well with you. But we often hear from the community about our roads and all the rest of it, and I'm wondering if, as a council, perhaps just the communication of, look, we've got a great team, they're working hard, they're still cleaning up from the floods of earlier this year. Can that communication continue to be front and centre, just so everyone's on the same page in the community? They know what's happening, they know that we're working as hard as we can to get the roads maintained and up to standard, and certainly I know very well that your guys have a tough gig when it rains, and then they've got to stop work again and all the rest of it, and everyone who's waiting on their road to be repaired, and it's prioritised. But we do have a great team, but there's a lot of stuff to be done in a big region. So perhaps just that continued communication to the community, I think, would be helpful. But thank you for the answer, and your, my ongoing support for whatever you need with the state of those. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to add to that, I mean, I think it's been explained so many times around this table, but I still think our councillors have a hard time understanding. We've had the events Eric's talking about, and thank you, Eric, your first day back from leave today, so thank you very much for being there. Just for Melissa's question, I do believe that the black spot funding is known, the decision's made in October, I think, but it filters down. We used to have someone who was on that panel that used to give us a little bit of a heads up, but that person is no longer on that panel, so I don't know when we'll get to know, but it goes through. But back to Councillor Tim's comments, a lot of the complaints in the community at the moment are about our road fixing, whereas in fact it's been temporary repairs just to get the things up and running. As you can see, we have just completed the 2020 program, and that clearly says on the top of that, the 2020 program. So it takes 2 years. It's been explained in here so many times. People who are complaining and talking about our teams not doing a good job on temporary road fixes is a little bit unfair. We have to wait for it to filter through the QRA process. And, I mean, really what we've started to do at the moment, Council kindly passed last meeting or the meeting before, I think it was the September one, where we had $6 million worth of prioritisation works, and we've gotten well into those, haven't we, Eric? I think we went and had a look at some of those in the north last week or the week before. So, you know, we need, I encourage councillors, or if they get comment from the community, our people know how to do roads. They're doing the best they can, and at the end of the day, permanent restoration of these facilities isn't allowed until we're going through that whole process. The community needs to understand that. They're seeing people go out there and just temporarily put things in place. And they have to come back when they get approval to come back and do that properly. So yes, our teams are smashed, and I wouldn't have thought that overnight rain would have done anything to help that. So thank you to Councillor Tim for the opportunity to be able to air that in a public meeting, because what we're doing at the moment, I mean, all the hands are on deck through the emergent period to record data and the state of the assets and whatever, so that we've got that right for the QRA, and then some temporary roadworks come in, and we're at the moment doing those $6 million worth of permanent roadworks, as well as now I'm sure, Eric, you'll have teams looking at what came out of the rain we've had overnight. So it's not an easy process this year. We've just had, I think it's been actually 5 events that have been rolled into 3 since November, December last year. So what they've even done in the earlier events has been destroyed again in some of the following events. So it's just not, I know it's frustrating for community, I'm sure it's frustrating for councillors, and I can't imagine how frustrating it is for our teams, but we just need all to have, hold on and be assured that they're doing the very best they can, and if there are any questions, please send them through the General Manager to have some clarity or some clarification on that, because they are doing absolutely everything they can, and we ask the community to realise that these are unprecedented. This is an unprecedented year, even much worse than 11, because we've just had one after the other. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to highlight that.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Question now from Councillor Summerfield.
Chair, I've raised this before, and I hope I never have to raise it again. I find it personally insulting that Councillor Taylor continues to say that councillors don't understand about the roads. We've been briefed and briefed and briefed about these roads. We do understand.
We understand.
And I really hope that Councillor Taylor doesn't get confused with the difference between us understanding the roads and disagreeing with her point of view on some of those things. And I would appreciate if that comment is not made again. I want this, it is recorded, it's live streamed that I'm saying this, and I hope notice is taken. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Say there, it says on the top of that flood recovery program, February 2020 event works are now fully
Councillor Carroll, we
complete.
can all read a date. I don't think there was any dispute.
Maybe this is a discussion for the parties who are making comment at this point in time privately, rather than in a public forum like this. I think you've made your point in the public forum, and I think from here in it may be better if you're able to work together because we have a common cause here, and that is to try to get the roads back in place. We have hundreds of people who are working to do that, and it's very difficult. I think the most regular call we get is in respect to roads. There's no question about that. So let's see if we can work this one through. Anybody else with any questions? Because I have a couple here. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Acting General Manager. Eric, can I just ask a question about fleet and logistics, please, Eric? And you may have to take this on notice, so that's fine. But I just note, due to COVID, and the supply of vehicles and supply to fleet, we had quite a significant carryover from the last financial year into this financial year. So I'm just wondering where we are with the state of the situation presently.
Yeah, I'll have to take that to give you some exact figures on notice about that. However, the team is working very hard they are fully aware of the lag time, so they're getting their procurements in place early so that we can get our budget spent in this year and then in the coming year as well. So
I just wasn't sure how that environment was currently, whether things had started to settle or where it was at. So, thank you.
we still have significant delays, etc. So, but our team are working their best around that.
Thanks, I wasn't too sure. Thanks, Eric.
Eric, I have a couple of questions. The first one relates to some studies that are being done currently, I believe, in respect to gas extraction in the Cecil Plains area around the river. And the report that's come forward from, I'm not sure where, and it's coming out of a former Mulmerran colleague of mine, Stuart Armitage, is that there could well be, as a result of gas extraction, a fall of up to 8 inches inland, an uneven fall, once the gas extraction is underway and over a period of time. That's very valuable land. It's been, a lot of money has gone into levelling that land, and a fall of 8 inches would, an inconsistent fall of 8 inches across some of that country would in fact destroy it. Are we making any submissions at all in respect to that, is the question I have to ask to the Gas Commission?
To my knowledge, we are not. We have been given information regarding the road impacts, and
Yes.
we're working through those with the proponents at the moment. But in terms of impacts on the land, I'm unaware that we are making any submissions to the Gas Commission.
Well, the reason I brought it forward was also for the road impact, because as you know, getting back to the old imperial measurements, most of that country falls about 1 foot per mile. And I think you'd find that there's some considerations for us there. I've always had a real concern about gas extraction in that particular area, given the value of the Condabine alluviums and the fact that the gas is below the Condabine alluviums, and any extraction would mean that there'd be a structure going through the Condabine alluviums to the gas strata. But you know, I would think it would appear to be progressing by the company that's doing it. So I think if we can make sure that we ask the appropriate questions in respect to that, in an attempt to get the answers. The other matter is that I've had I mean, there are major players in respect to the coming inland rail, and there are 2 potential hubs in Toowoomba, and of course we as a council would have to be one of the major players in terms of impact. Are we working with the new review that's going to be done, that will come down, I think the submissions have got to be in by the 12th of November, and the outcome will be announced probably January, February next year. It's a quick one. I don't think there's any real concerns that it won't come this way, that there'll be any major changes to the route. I think that's pretty much settled. But the group that came to see me in recent days said it would be good if the 3 major parties involved could have a degree of commonality in terms of the positivity that would bring to this community, and the fact that we would become ultimately a major logistics hub for the future of this area. I'm just wondering if there are any submissions coming out of this council by the 12th of November towards that report.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice. I'm sure our teams are working and across those, but in terms of the submission,
I'm sure of that too, but I just thought I'd check that, because it is another opportunity to put a positive story about logistics in Toowoomba, this area. Any further questions? Oh, Councillor McDonald.
You know, Eric's got answers there. The first one was on page 36 around the road closures, Otto Road, Highfields and Wendy Court, Mount Lofty, and I just wanted to get a clearer understanding of the process and what happens once the road is closed, because there seems to be some residential or some properties that actually link into those roads, and it doesn't remain a maintained road by council, or what actually happens to it. That's the first question. Second one was around the DTMR turning arrow implementation that we have here in TRC, and whether that's something that local governments do have the jurisdiction of making a decision to opt in or opt out of that. And the third one was around the Millmerran School and some work's being done around the drop-off or pick-up zone of the Millmerran School, which seems to be a bit of a challenge because of the local and state influence there.
Okay, the first question in relation to the road closures. Now, these are permanent road closures that are administered through the old Department of Lands, the Department of Resources now. So they actually receive the application for the closure of the land to be a road, to be a private freehold land, etc. These are applications only. So after the state received the application, the road authority is asked for their comments, and we've actually responded back objecting to both of those closures. So the process will continue now. We would expect that they wouldn't be successful. So that's a state government process which we have input to as to provide information. So does that?
Yeah, perhaps then, if that is the case, it may need a little bit more information on these, because if the public was to read this, which probably 0.5% might, that might mean something, that it's an assumption that this is actually the permanent closure is in progress, not the application of the permanent closure.
Okay, well, the acting GM's got the message. You got any further questions, Councillor McDonald?
Okay. Yep. We're right to move on to the next one, which was in relation to filtered turning at traffic lights. Now, are people familiar with what a filtered turn is? What this question relates to is a right turn at a traffic light. A filtered turn is where you will have a single green light with no red or green arrow, and the person makes a decision to turn right based on the oncoming traffic, etc. That's known as a filtered turn. Now, the TMR and Council has followed suit, we've tried to eliminate that in all of our newer upgraded traffic lights because of the safety aspect associated with that. So while it is not legislated that thou shalt not have filtered right turns, Council does have ultimate decision as to whether it does do that. It's not legislated, but TMR have had a strong approach where the default is there will be no filtered turns unless significant considerations are there, and Council has followed suit on that, so that we have a consistent network, whether people are driving on the state network or on our local network. That's the approach that Council has taken. But yeah, the state is very strong on having no filtered turns.
I've got a few questions here. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst I'm aware of all that, thank you, Eric, and thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. I'm aware of all that. I think it's horses for courses, and I think that, as someone who sat at the South Street lights at 5 minutes past 12 midnight, with no traffic anyway, and the whole thing goes through its whole phase with all the turns and everything else, excuse me, it is really causing a lot of, I understand that very same intersection has 3 schools, and it's a very busy intersection through those peak hours, and we have some the same. We have many who aren't like that, but anywhere we've got lights now, we're going through this whole thing, the whole process, all the phases, and for me it's added another half an hour to come here from Middle Ridge. And I think that I agree with the road safety aspects of it, but I can't think that you can have that at every 24 hour of the day and at every single intersection. And I think that what it's doing is slowing traffic down. And my thought on it all, and I've aired this to the GM, is that I believe that people will get impatient and it will have the opposite effect. But in any case, that's my point of view. I understand why we've done it, but what it comes down to, again, as everything else comes down to, really around road user and driving, is that you have to take responsibility and drive responsibly to the road conditions. And what this is doing is just assuming that people can't do that and they have to have an actual turning arrow to be able to turn safely. I don't support it in every case.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair, and I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Carroll. I think councillors need to make a decision on this one, because what it's doing is holding up our traffic. We continue to talk about how we want the traffic to flow. It's in our transport strategy. We need to make sure that we've got our traffic flowing, and by doing this, it's just restricting it and making it harder and harder for people to move around, holding up traffic. You know, we keep talking about climate change and how important it is to get all the right outcomes. Well, how is holding up cars going cluck, 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 cluck at a traffic light going to help climate change? You know, we've got to just make sure that we keep that traffic moving, and I'd be really keen for councillors to make a decision on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Carl?
Thank you, Chair. I don't usually chime in on operational reports, but however, my question will be somewhat of a strategic request through the CEO, through you. Brian, I'm wondering if it's appropriate for, and I'm conscious of requesting this, and there's a due process for it, but if we might not have an information session, and specifically Councillor Nancy mentioned it around our transport strategy and strategic traffic movement in general around these high impact areas, around the traffic light grid network, because I do fear, as has been mentioned, this could have the very effect of actually a detrimental effect to traffic movement. Somewhere along the line, as a motorist, I'm one of those. We need to accept personal accountability for our actions. So is it appropriate that we have a briefing to that effect to understand the more strategic impacts? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, councillors, I don't think there's any issue if councillors wish to understand the filtered lights that are throughout the region, and also our policy position in relation to those. And then obviously if council wants to change that position, we just come back to council for a council decision, but to get an understanding of the impact and what it means in our to our region and where they all are, so everybody has a common understanding. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor McMahon and Councillor Taylor.
Oh, Chair, thanks. Look, nothing more to add except totally agree with Councillor Nancy and Councillor Bill. I was in the room when TMR told us this was happening. I voiced my concerns then. There's some that they control, but certainly the ones that we look after, we should be in a position to make that decision. And the whole thing passed, I mean, maybe in inner city Brisbane past about 7 p.m, you might have some need for it, but I've been like everyone else sitting at those traffic lights after about 8 p.m, and you go through the whole set before the next green arrow comes up, and I think we can do better for Toowoomba. So I certainly support, and there's obviously strong support around the table of that coming to us for the roads that we control, and I'd gladly back up the last speakers. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to say thank you. I've been asking for this for 2 years around the table, so thank you for your support for bringing this. I have been advocating for this. I think this is one of the first motions I brought to the table 2 years ago, so thank you for the support, and I really look forward to that briefing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other matters anyone wishes to bring forward? Councillor McDonald.
I've got another one there.
One more.
But I think, Mayor, if I could, just flag perhaps in general business, and no doubt we'll have an opportunity as councillors to consider this, but I wouldn't mind perhaps Councillor Melissa, if Councillor Melissa was to bring forward a general business item or a motion to the table to affect the will that you're talking about, and perhaps included in that would be an information session to councillors, so that we can act on it more quickly than not and have a formal motion. So perhaps we can have a chat about that when we get the break. So if there's one more,
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
Yes, Mr Mayor, the final question on notice was the Millmerran School drop-off and pick-up safety zone, progress on that. So a meeting was held in September to discuss some potential improvements there. There was representatives from the Education Queensland, there's representatives from TMR, TransLink and also Toowoomba Regional Council. They have only got some draft proposals at this stage, which they're working through. So there's some draft shorter term proposals, and I'll just reinforce again that these are draft, they're not finalised as yet. Some minor adjustments to some person with a disability parking bays. And associated with that would be increasing the P5 pickup zones, etc., around some of the schools, and adjusting some of the bus stops in the area to lengthen some and adjust others. So that's in process, and they're finalising those short-term arrangements, and they've also got some other longer-term adjustments to footpaths and pedestrian pram ramps, etc., that will flow through our capital works process system.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you very much, Eric. Very much appreciate the update. I'm not sure whether there's consultation with the community or what have you around that area, but obviously the school can disseminate information if it's not confidential or they have an opportunity to, but also through perhaps the Millmerran News or Millmerran paper that I think the Mayor has a column in. It mightn't be a bad one just to bring the community up to speed as to where that's at. Eric, could be useful given that there's only just over a month left of school. It will become yesterday's news in a very short period of time. So perhaps that would be useful for an update, if that's possible, with the other agencies.
If it hasn't already happened, if it's not planned to be done, I'm sure it's probably...
Thanks for that.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Eric, there's a near identical situation that Council is aware of with Bunkers Hill Primary School as well. And if the interface of the agencies is the near identical issues, but the problems that they've been encountering is about the speed signage and also the parking. So it's likely going to be a question on notice, but could councillors just be updated on that, what's happening with that area as well, please?
No, I'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? If not, would someone move the receipt of the Infrastructure Services report, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Would someone like to move? We adjourn for morning tea. Councillor Carroll has moved. Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Adjourned. Councillors, will resume the meeting, and the next matter on the agenda is item 10.4, Environment and Community Services, Acting GM Paul Reynolds. Over to you, Paul.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. As you'll be aware, the report is in board books. I take it as read, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have in that regard.
Are there any questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. And Paul, I don't know whether you can help, but a follow-up question in relation to the Millmerran pool. Do you know anything you can tell us? Or?
No, I did have a chat with Andrew during the break. We'll collate some information and circulate the councillors via email post-meeting, if that's okay.
Are there any questions, Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mayor, through you. It's a little bit operational, but it would speak to some of the strategic decisions we make. From a property services perspective, Paul, the civic building, when we have these days and nights of heavy rain, how much of a problem is the leaking of the building for our staff?
Councillors, I'd have to take that on notice too, unfortunately. I guess it depends on the severity of the storms that we're experiencing and the number of buildings, I guess, around the civic precinct. So it's not just the Herries and Ruthven Street building. We've got buildings at Little Street as well, which also have some challenges in terms of keeping heavy rainfall out. So I might take that on notice and collate some information and send it back.
Is that... you're happy with that? Councillor McMahon, did you have your hand up or you were...
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Paul. If I could just pick up on the park operations. So obviously Queen's Park and Laurelbank Park looked stunning. Our gardeners, as always, delivered a world-class standard park there, and I certainly don't ever want to detract from the work they did. And 26,000 visitors on one day is a heck of a job, and that was Carnival Saturday. But I was at an event with the various chambers of commerce, as several of my colleagues were, and the evidence was, the same from all of the regional chambers. So we've got Oakey, Pittsworth, Millmerran, and Crow's Nest all saying that they've noticed a decline in the maintenance of their parks, their gardens, their green spaces. Again, please don't, and I hope our garden staff don't ever think I'm taking away from how amazing they looked, but, they were sort of saying things like, are we moving our staff into Toowoomba? And I, assured them it wasn't, that there's perhaps some vacancies in the south and in the park operations out there, but I suppose I just wanted it from you and to put their minds at ease. We don't remove people from the regions to put into carnival gardens during September, do we? And that the Regional Chamber of Commerce should rest easy that their parks will be back to full maintenance when we hire.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, we do have some vacancies across the Parks and Gardens branch more broadly. There is obviously a concerted effort in relation to our high-use parks during the Carnival of Flowers, and I guess just to update numbers, during the Carnival period being all of September, attendance at Queen's Park Botanic Park was 196,000, so a significant number of visitors to that park, and Laurelbank Park just over 93,000. In relation to your specific question regarding service levels and whether they drop or are reduced during the September period or in the lead up to the Carnival period, I'll have to take that on notice and talk to the Parks and Gardens manager about that.
No, thanks, Paul, but yeah, amazing gardens, and they were world-class standard, and I congratulate them again. But yeah, certainly the other side of the coin is the regional guys have their concerns. So if that could be followed up, thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Any other questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Paul, Acting GM. On page 43, it talks about conservation, pest management, wild dog bounty, collection services offered at Yarraman and Millmerran, 21 September. No scalps were received for processing. It might be useful for us to get a bit of an understanding on the last 12 months, perhaps, or this last financial year, and perhaps up to this financial year to date, as to how many of these services we've provided, collection services and the uptake of that. And indeed, then the follow-up would be how we promote that through the region. If you'd have an answer on that, if it's on notice.
Okay, so council does run wild dog scalp collection days, 4 different locations at different customer service locations throughout the region, 3 dates throughout the year. So the next collection dates are on the 16th of November 2022, both at Gumbunji and Clifton between 9 and 12. In regard to the question about the quantum or quantity of scalps that we may have had through the bounty scheme over the number of years, I've got a number of financial years information here. So in 2019-20 financial year, 91, 2020-21, 253, 21-22, 61, and this current financial year to date sitting at 29. So I have made some inquiries in relation to the potential abnormality in 2021 and why that's a little high, and it doesn't appear to be a specific issue that's been identified as to why that's a bit of a peak.
Thank you. It's good information. Very handy.
Can I just add a little bit to the dingo scalping thing and the dingo catching? My family operation has taken out 67 dingoes in the last 12 months, and we don't bother collecting the fees on that, but I just wonder if the model that we have is appropriate. The old Mulmerran days, and please don't misunderstand me, there were 7 registered doggers who had to tell us exactly where they caught their dogs, and they got paid quite well for that. So whether we've got the right model or not is entirely up to the decision of council, but can I say in our particular case, it's not worth the trouble. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'm hearing the same comment coming from the escarpment down in the south as well.
Yep, and I think the areas, and I speak of one near the forestry, you speak of one near the escarpment, where dingoes are quite mobile and have the protection of all that. But quite frankly, dingoes and crossbred dingoes are everywhere, and they're creating some problems. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. You will all recall that General Manager Hauser sent out an email with a lot of detail around our pest management, and I'm very grateful because that would have taken a long time for Nick to pull all that together. I was going to just refer to that, but I'd like to thank Paul and acknowledge his work in being able to provide the data he's provided there this morning. However, if there's continued disgruntle around the table in relation to the way we're currently doing pest management, perhaps an information session needs to be prepared so that councillors can have a lot of input, because this comes up every month, even though General Manager Hauser has provided that significant report to councillors. So maybe an information session, and please come with solutions to that information session. If you're not happy with what's currently happening, would be my suggestion.
By and large, the solution for a lot of people is to actually pay the doggers ourselves. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Summerfield, for those comments. I'm not the expert. What we used to have on our smaller councils, again, it's not any mark of comment on what we're doing now, but we used to have the locals from those areas on the pest management committees, and they were the ones that were on the ground who actually knew what was happening out there. And I think that, you know, I'm certainly only relaying what I have heard from my area, and certainly from out in the forestry at Pittsworth as well, because we've got a very big lamb breeder out there as well, and we all know who that is. But you know, I'm not. It's not me. I don't have a property anymore, but I'm just relaying what has been said to me. And I do think that was really good information, and thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Any other further questions, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to page 44, three new fuel pods have been commissioned at Crow's Nest, Clifton and Mulmerran depots. Are they adaptable for renewable energy in the future?
That's an interesting question, Councillor. I'll have to take that on notice. To the best of my knowledge, no, they're just for standard fuels. So these fuel pods have been replaced at Mulmerran, Clifton and Crow's Nest, and the tanks that were there are in the process of being removed. But in relation to whether they're suitable for EV type vehicles, I'll need to inquire further on that.
Any further questions? Paul, you would have got an email from me yesterday in respect to the conversation I've been having with the Vice-Chancellor and yesterday the Chancellor regarding the Japanese gardens and the ownership of the land there. It appears it's been held up for some years, the process. And Brian and Paul, I'm just hoping that we can get on and do it. I'm told that it's being worked on at the moment, but that's what I've been told for probably about 5 years or so now. So I just hope we can get a resolution. I think the university has plans for the Japanese gardens in terms of a support they've got for a tea house there, which I think would be great if we could support that and work with them, because the Japanese gardens are pretty special and I think they're a significant tourist attraction. And just let's get this sorted, if you can, please. So I'd be appreciated if that could be done. And we could get a report back here on where we are with that. Any other questions? If not, would someone then like to move the receipt of the Environment and Community Services Report? Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move then to item 10.5. Thanks very much, Paul. Thanks for your support. I call on Kylie Delrain to come forward and present the Finance and Business Strategy Report. Thanks, Kylie.
Good morning again, councillors. The report is in board books. Happy to take any questions, and I've got Andrew again, should you have any questions around the financial services area, and Rosita for PCE.
Are there any questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Kylie, with underneath customer communication and engagement, can you tell us the process, please? If there's a team meeting happening, and again, I really sing the praises of the work that our 131 team does. If there's a team meeting happening during business hours, do we redirect all incoming calls to the after hours line? Do we keep a staff member on? How does that situation work? And are we pleased and confident in how that system is being effective?
Councillor Von Hoff, the after hours service works the same way after hours as it would for the monthly branch meeting. So we do close once a month to hold a team meeting to ensure that we can provide training and development for customer service officers, because they do tend to miss out on a little bit of that. The process is that we direct at a particular point in time. ICT will have it to direct calls through to the after hours number. And we test that to make sure that that has been directed. We also have a customer service officer who has an after hours phone. So anything that potentially the after hours provider can't answer or provide from scripting, they'll call our officers. And we've also got some escalation processes in there where I may get notification if we have a high volume of inquiries around a particular topic, so that we might look at it from a communications perspective. Yep.
Further question, Councillor Von Hoff? No. Are there any further questions? Comment. Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Kylie. I think you said, Rosita's here, probably around PCE. I was just curious around, just looking through an ongoing issue we talk about just around staff and filling positions and things like that. And I know we've recently had information obviously on different programs being put in place, building our temporary workforce and things like that. Are we starting to see the impacts of that, or is just probably a status on where that sits, please?
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Yes, we've got people in the tempo pool. We've deployed people from the pool. And it's the tempo pool is an opportunity for us to fill a multitude of issues. So it's definitely helping us from the diversity and inclusiveness side, and it's helping us to backfill positions while we go to market to recruit positions. So yes, that is starting to get some traction, and we are in the process of deploying people. The numbers change every day because we keep bringing more and more people in. But at the time of the written report, there were 10 people that were deployed, but I know the numbers changed since then. There's been a lot more. I think we've just about exhausted the pool of people we had in the outdoor space. So we have to go back to market to seek more outdoor people, probably in the next few weeks. I'm told the second week of November we'll probably be going back to market specifically for outdoors, because there's a big demand for labourers, and we just need to be able to backfill the labourers, because at the minute, labour jobs is the jobs that's getting, people are being picked up for labouring jobs from all industries, and so it's a real challenge for us to bring in labourers, but also to keep the labourers. And so our next main drive in the Tempo space will be to try and attract more outdoor workforce to help us backfill in the labouring space while we go to recruit permanently. So yeah, it is working, and it's giving us what we wanted, which is this diversity inclusiveness, as well as the ability to backfill to positions while we recruit. Thank you.
Councillor Show.
If I can just following on from that, I suppose I think that's great to see, and we're looking forward to the next round of it. And I think we've seen how much, like one of the great values of our advisory committees is being able to feed this sort of information, and I think the feedback and the enthusiasm that's been received through those, because a lot of that diversity and things like that can be found through the people that we have through those advisory committees. So I'll be very interested to see how, the different people we get through the next round. So thank you.
We will do. I mean, and it's we are genuinely and literally giving our people in our community opportunities to get work for people who previously may have had some barriers to gaining meaningful employment, and this program is starting to help to break down those barriers, and for the people who are on the program, so committed, so dedicated, so joyous. I mean, when I did some of the training for them when they first started, and I think the one word that overwhelmingly describes the feeling in the room was joyous. That finally they've been trying to get work, and they keep getting these artificial barriers and blockers to gaining meaningful employment, and finally our council is saying, actually, we'll give you a go. And we've had significant, we've had people with quite significant skills, but they just don't get work because the excuse is, you don't have Australian experience. We've got someone in the pool who we have deployed into a role, I think you say the day before, who has he's a software design engineer person. We've got someone who was, he's got a civil, or he's got a mechanical engineering degree, and he's studying for a civil, and he came through, he joined Tempo, and he's been deployed. So, people, it's just giving people that leg up, and us as a council, we're doing that for our community, and the people are being deployed, so we're just about ready to go for another round.
Councillor Asher, that's okay for you. Councillor McMahon, were you on the list? I took you down. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you. I was going to ask Rosita, and I'd like to have it as part of a broader discussion, because at that meeting that Councillor McMahon mentioned the other day with the combined chambers, there was this discussion around volunteers and what they can do, particularly, say, out in Millmerran or some of the outer regions. And we talked about Tempo as a, whether that might be a mechanism to be able to employ some people to do the work that they do. So I would like, I'm not sure how, but like to have a broader discussion around that. Thank you,
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll happily do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Von Hoff, and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thanks, Kylie. This one's also for Rosita, I think. It's about the staff turnovers, and we have a policy, do we not, Rosita, that every single staff member who leaves council is offered the opportunity to do an exit interview. Do you know what sort of take-up we're getting on those invitations to do the exit interviews? And if it's lower than what you would have expected, what are we deducing from that?
So we do offer everyone an opportunity, and we usually phone them. So we offer them the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation. If they decline that, we give them everybody, irrespective of whether they take up the face-to-face opportunity to meet with us or not, they all get sent the survey with a form that they've got to fill out. And so everybody gets that. And then they also get, as I said, the opportunity to be interviewed. But some people just say, look, I'm moving and I'm done. I don't want to talk to you. Thank you very much. I've done my due and off I'm going. The thing that, in terms of the results we're getting out of that, is a lot of people, we're seeing a lot of people moving because of family reasons and more money. So we're all struggling. The world is struggling to get good people, and we used to be able to offer things like a 9-day fortnight, but that's now standard outside of council, so people are going for that. They're getting a lot more money than we can give them, especially in the technical and trade space. And so people are jumping ship, but I think they're jumping from all over. That seems to be overwhelmingly, if I were to summarize the type of reason, it's family reason. My wife has moved to a different job outside of Toowoomba, or I'm moving to wherever my kids are, or my mother is, and then more money and greater career opportunities. It's overwhelmingly there.
It is. It's such a competitive. It's such a competitive space. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to ask this question actually in the CEO's report when PCE was up, but I'll ask it now because it's been raised in regard to Tempo, Rosita. Is it the same process of employment as far as timeframes to have someone who indicates they would like to work for council under the Tempo to when they start? Is this a...
No, that's why Tempo is sitting outside of our normal recruitment, because what we do is we go to market, we've got the categories of people that we're looking to attract to council. Those people come in one big group. We do 2-3 days of training with them and do the medical checks, the criminal checks, and all the other checks that's necessary. So we all do that as part of the one cohort, and then they're ready. So they go through a proper assessment process as well, and that's all done at the beginning, and they do it as a big group, and then they're ready. And we could deploy someone from the Tempo pool within 48 to 72 hours. So it does. They are going through a rigorous recruitment process, but then they're ready to go, and so we can deploy based on their availability. Within 48 to 72 hours. So what we're doing at the moment is we're giving hiring managers, if someone says, I need a person from the Tempo pool, we give that manager 2 or 3 CVs, that manager calls them in, has a little chat, and then the manager chooses, and could be pretty much immediate. So it does help. That's why Tempo is such a great program to help us when we're trying to back, because our permanent recruitment process takes so long, because we're highly... we have to follow the Local Government Act. There's a lot of regulation and rules around how we appoint, particularly in terms of fairness and conflicts of interest and all of that. But because we do all of that stuff up at the beginning with our Tempo pool, we can deploy them quite quickly. And so that really helps us as a tool while we're filling our permanent positions that we know take long. We can backfill so that the area that's needing to recruit has got they've got a physical person there to help while we go through the full recruitment process. But having said that, we're also now working on really streamlining and really doing a rigorous examination of how we do recruitment and why we do what we do. So that's a piece of work that's running in the background at the moment.
No, very good. Happy to hear that. It'd just be interesting. You might get a whole cohort after tonight's federal budget, perhaps, if some of the mooted changes for the pensioners come through. That might be a good campaign for you if that does
Especially
happen.
the outdoors, we'll take them. That'd be great.
If that does happen, and touches on Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's commentary as well, because there's be a significant amount of people who are pensioners that would certainly enjoy the additional cash, but to their own financial detriment at the moment. So that could be an opportunity for you. And I guess just to finish off, Mayor, if I could, Kylie, to you, no need to answer this question. It's more a comment around the September local spend of $13 million, which is, it's under our target. It's at 52%. But I think if you consider that $13 million into our communities is significant in its own way. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And this is to go to Rosita, please. You're on today. And just following up from Councillor Von Hoff's question, because she preempted it, thank you. And for the fear of going into operational, but I think it does feed in strategically, with the face-to-face interview for the exit interviews that you do, is that done by an external organisation or is that done in-house? That's my first question. And then second, if a face-to-face interview or a survey is not, or a face-to-face is not done, survey is not completed, because there are instances where someone does leave not for following a family member, or there are instances where they don't have a job to go to. Do we look back and perhaps ask the team, is there an issue, or was there an issue, or do we go from that angle as well?
When people exit, we also have to respect their privacy. So if someone opts out of the process, then I think it would be, unless we know because it came through an industrial matter or it came through either disciplinary or performance or behavioural matter, then we might be aware of what's going on, but that would be a different process. And still there'd be a lot of rules around privacy and confidentiality specifically in that case. So we wouldn't normally go to the work area in that kind of situation, because 9 times out of 10 we are aware that there's been either behavioural or disciplinary or performance matter. And so the manager would know as well, but the person still gets offered the opportunity. In terms of how do we do it? Well, for most people, PCE really should be neutral, objective third parties to any process. And so a member of the talent and retention team would usually be the one who would offer the person the opportunity and or sit down with them and do it. But the process they follow is the same questionnaire that people fill out anyway. So the PCE will go through that questionnaire, so it's not different to what the person would have to answer themselves. If it's a PCE person, we have put in place recently, had a conversation with Grant Wilson, so that Grant Wilson and his area, who then could be neutral and objective, could do that for us. So we've had that conversation with Grant.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm along the same lines, so it would appear that there are concerns around the table in this particular area. So I did wonder about that external interviewing as well, whether, and it is an additional cost, but maybe that would make people feel safe. And I don't know whether Exodus, or what are they called, Exodus? The external people that we use could be used to do those external interviews so that people feel safe, because based on the comment before, it could actually be the manager that is the reason why they're leaving. It doesn't necessarily mean it's their work buddy or whatever. It could actually be their manager or team leader or whatever that is the reason that they're leaving. So we need to be able to provide a safe space for people who are exiting to do their interview. And I'd like to see that looked into if possible. Your thoughts on that, Brian?
I think it's a bit of horses for courses. I don't think it would be worth the investment to do outsourcing all of that issues. If there are internal issues or internal conflicts, we can use external bodies to do that, and we have done that in the past and will continue to do that if circumstances warrant that. But you can't. You can approach people and ask them to do the feedback of their exit interviews. You can't actually give them you've actually got to provide procedural fairness and to the person who's exiting and the person if there's somebody still left in the organisation. So if there's an issue that they raise, we'll follow it through. If they don't raise an issue, we can't follow it through. So we give them every opportunity to do so. And if they've left the organisation and still want to make an issue about any particular reason about why they've left, our door is always open for that to happen. Yeah. Depending on the circumstances then, if they don't feel comfortable doing an exit interview per se, there's other alternate processes that they could follow if they wish to do that.
Yeah, okay. I just sort of go on then to that from a perspective of getting another job afterwards. They would prefer to have a reference from the organisation, so they're probably less likely to put a complaint in. So there's all these things that we have to weigh up in all this, and we need to make sure that our staff are safe, which is what we talk about all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I too was going to bring it up in your report, but it's already on the table, so happy to do this now. I just wondered also whether we respond to unsuccessful applicants for positions, whether they're notified. I think that's important because people apply for positions. They need to know that they should be still applying for more positions, that they're not in the loop. Whether we could find out whether that's actually happening. And also, I wonder whether it would be appropriate for councillors to see a copy of the exit survey. I had a feeling it was circulated once before, but I can't recall for sure.
Yeah, we can circulate a copy of that. And
response to the unsuccessful applicants.
Yeah, that's standard. That should be in the normal process. So if that's not happening, we need to know the circumstances where that hasn't happened, and we'll follow it up.
Okay. Because I have had someone come to me and said I've applied for multiple jobs at council, and I've said I can't have anything to do with this, and they said yeah, but I can't even get a response to say that I haven't been successful.
Okay, that's not good.
I have in fact heard that too, but not just with this organisation, with a number of organisations. I think it's appropriate that if anyone misses a job, they have the opportunity of being told and maybe have a discussion in respect to why not. Any further questions in respect to the finance and business strategy? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Really just a comment, we should have raised this perhaps in planning and also in ISG, but Council, you'll recall, had 3 motions go forward to the Local Government Association Conference for Queensland, and were successful with 3 of those. The cyber security one, Kylie, would be interesting for you to pass on. Cybersecurity shared services. Votes were 182 for and 26 against. The health implications in Ministers' development rules, 123 in favour, 87 against. And the improving regional biosecurity, 167 for and 1 against.
We haven't found that person yet, have we?
I think it might have been an accidental button press. Yeah, it's important to particularly mention the cybersecurity one in here. That doesn't mean to say it's a fait accompli by any way, shape or form, but it goes to that next stage. So 3 from 3 wasn't too bad out of a record 138 motions, so it's good.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions for the acting GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald, those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, Kylie. We move down to item 11, which is Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for October 22. Brian, it's over to you.
Councillors, the report's before you there, and I'll take any questions on that. I just want to clarify pages 60 and 61 on diligent boards there. There's two tables there. Page 60 is last month's, page 61 is the current month, so probably we should have only put in page 61 in relation to that one. So we'll, or we could have just put a title on the top of either table, but so page 61 is the current month's employee relations report. So I'm happy to take questions on anything in relation to my report.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. I was actually going to say that it was really helpful. I know it was an omission to include the months, the subsequent months, but it is actually helpful because it allows us to compare month on month. Yeah. So I actually would say let's keep that happening and just mark it as such.
Put a title on the top.
Because then we can get an idea of trends and whether or not the cases are being closed or if there's more being opened, and councillors can see what's happening in both of those instances. Brian, my question was about the asset management plans that you were saying on the first page of your report that all have now been signed off by the GMs for all 9 asset classes, and whether or not in doing those asset management plans there were any notable issues that had been discovered, and how those would have implications for budget or risks, and just give us there might be none at all. But
from my perspective, they haven't been elevated up to my level. I'll have to ascertain that information from the general managers and get back to you in relation to that.
Any Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This might be Rosita's question. Rosita, can you remind me what the wellbeing program is?
So when we did the council information session, I forget when exactly, but a couple months ago, we introduced Oren Nelms, who we've hired as our wellbeing officer, and he's attached to the safety and wellbeing team. And so Oren's job primarily is to look at creating and raising and working with our entire workforce in the wellbeing space. So he's put out a calendar of events, so there's monthly events or themes for every month in that wellbeing space. And he's very active with the outdoor workers, getting out, talking to them, especially around Are You OK Day, Movember, and all the things that's the topical things of the month, because there seems to be sort of themes in the wellbeing space on a monthly basis. So Oren is working very actively in that space, looking at all sorts of wellbeing initiatives and activities. He did, for example, he ran yoga sessions during lunch breaks at the swimming at Milner Bay. There's a whole, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's someone that's dedicated to looking after well-being for the entire workforce, and he's getting some good results, encouraging people to do the prostrate exams and those sorts of things, and we're getting a lot of uptake on those programs.
Follow up, sorry, Mr Mayor. How are we measuring that success, Rosita?
At the minute, we were focusing our energy on just getting stuff launched, and because it is a bit of a mindset shift and a mindset change, especially for the outdoor workers, to have open conversations around their well-being. And so at the minute, that's been our focus, to get Oren out there, get them in front of people, get them talking to people, get people talking to us, giving us ideas about what they'd like to see in that well-being space. So from next year, we'll probably be able to match. So it also includes the COVID shots and the flu shots and all that. So once the program's been up for about a year, we'll be able to see what we've delivered and match it against our program for next year. So at the minute, I don't have data to say that we've done this or we've improved that at this minute, because as I said, it's just about getting it out there. That's been the focus for now. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. So just in relation to the action plan for the staff, you may recall I asked last month if we could actually have a projected timeline for completion of these actions, which are so very important for our staff's protection. I just wondered that hasn't been put in this month. I'm just wondering if it can please be put in next month.
Brian?
Sorry. Yeah, we can just add a column down the side there of where they are, and if there's any slip in relation to that, there should be reasons as to where or why that's happened.
Thank you, that would be good.
Are there any further questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the CEO's report, please? Councillors Taylor and McDonald, those in favour. Carol Taylor and McDonald, those in favour. That is carried. Councillors, we move now to my monthly report, and it's been tabled. I would be, I just would ask you to be a little bit understanding of the attachment that was given to me. That has been printed, has got some errors in terms of identification of state members in it. And I think I was hoping that would have been fixed, but it hasn't been by ComSec. If I can just pop through a few things, I think the memorial service that was held at St Luke's, thank you very much to those who attended. I think that particular day for those involved and those who attended is an absolutely unforgettable day. I want to point out that on the 26th of September, I had an online meeting with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, which they were discussing resilience, home funding, that kind of thing. And I found it necessary to bring up the issue of Oakey, where in 2011 there were 100 houses that in fact were badly impacted. And of course you realise we've tried to do something about it, and I don't think that we have the capacity to spend the money that would protect Oakey. But in saying that, this particular investigation now is about 21-22, and they are unable to do anything about Oakey and help us in that respect. So there's an opportunity for us to continue to advocate, I think, to do something about the Oakey situation. 27th and 28th of September, another unforgettable moment when my partner and I attended an afternoon, a dinner, and a breakfast at Government House. It was absolutely beautiful. I know there's a few of us who've been to these particular meetings, and it's quite an unforgettable experience that a farm boy from Mulmera never thought he'd ever achieve. The Camp Upland Festival, I've marked it out because it once again, in my view, goes to show what a small community can do by having vision and getting on and doing it and having our support. One of the more important speeches I've ever heard in my life came at the Queensland Media Club launch with Andrew Liveris, AO, as the guest speaker. He is the president of the Olympic Committee, and I can assure you that it would be, if he comes to town, and I've asked Tisby to bring him to town sooner rather than later, it would be well worth hearing his story, what he's done in his life. He was the head of Dow Chemicals, but what he's also done in America as a leader over there, and I feel very, very sure that he'll make a major contribution to the success of the Olympic Games. We had an online discussion regarding the formation of Baroque, the Medical Centre of Mulmera, after 2 years of absence, over 2 years, is now reopened, and I thank Queensland, Darling Downs Health, and particularly Dr. Dilip Dapilia in his role that he played, former Mulmeran doctor, but actually the building, which was registered from a planning perspective as a Chinese cafe that had been used by the local doctor for some years under that guise, has all been sorted and is owned by the Hospital Foundation as an investment. So I think that's a very special thing for them and a good demonstration. The delegation to the State Parliament House, I think, was one of the better delegations I have been on. The ministers and the shadow ministers all gave us the time. Now, I'm not being critical, but if you go to Canberra, very often the bells will ring or something will happen, and it's even at the stage they're so busy they don't show. But in this particular case, I think ComSec built a very, very strong relationship with the people who matter in Brisbane, the ministers, the shadow ministers, and also the opposition spokespeople. An interesting one also on the 14th of October, when Ben Giles, the Queensland Trade and Investment Commissioner for Indonesia, asked for a moment or two with myself and a few others in respect to linking Toowoomba with Indonesia's Garden City. And I don't know how it can happen. I don't have the answers to it. But Tomohon in Indonesia is their flower capital. It's a community of a similar size to Toowoomba, and the Queensland Trade and Investment Commissioner is very, very keen that we, in some way, build a relationship. I think the annual local government conference in Cairns was outstanding, and I think it was one of the better ones where we had an opportunity to put our case forward, and the resolutions, as Councillor McDonald has said, came through. I have a beautiful card here from the Snyder family when I presented an award that I funded on behalf of the community to a appropriate winner of that award at Flexi School, the graduation ceremony. My take of the loss of Jared Snyder was it was a tragic event, and he was an outstanding young man. But if you look at his history of having gone to a school and had some difficulties, gone to Flexi School and actually turned his life around. He was on a successful pathway here, and I think it's appropriate, and I hope in the future we continue to honour his name in the way that it ought to be honoured, because his life tells an example for many people. The only other thing I would mention is that Dr. Paul Curry from my office has indicated he'll be retiring in November, and can I, in his absence, say what a tremendous job he's done for me personally. When you think about successful journeys that we've been on, such as the Council of Mayors for Darling Downs and South West, he's the person who's done the work. I had the idea, but if it hadn't been for Paul Curry, it may not have been anywhere near as successful as it is now. And it's deemed by all those who attend to be an avenue for us to contact not only governments of state and federal, but also industry and many, many people. So it's not a formal thing, but it is an opportunity for us to talk. Are there any questions? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. I note on I believe it's the 4th of October, you met with the Shadow Assistant Minister for Justice and Youth, Laura Gerber.
Yes.
Laura, sorry. My apologies, Laura. Just wondering, you know, you spoke of the impact of youth crime on council projects and council's response to youth crime. Can you just expand on that a little bit more and what outcomes from that meeting?
She's the opposition spokesman who did turn up reasonably unexpectedly because the member for Burdekin was going to be here. He couldn't get here. He's the police person, Shadow Minister for Police, I think. But anyhow, she came, and I think a number of people took the opportunity of meeting her. I've been rather cautious in terms of my advocacy around youth crime. I have not come out and condemned the police. I've not become political. I've gone directly to the police minister, and that's the sort of thing that I'm quite happy about. Youth crime has dropped dramatically. It's still a problem, but it has dropped dramatically due to the increase in the number of police there's been in town. And I explained this to Laura. You know, there's politics and there's getting things done. I'm not going to condemn the police nor condemn the community of Toowoomba, but I did ask the minister to bring more people to town. He's done that, and I think if you look at the statistics, the crime wave, although it's still here and it's still causing significant trouble, the crime wave has dropped. I think one of the things Laura did say, and everybody is saying, The judicial system needs to be changed so these young people don't have an opportunity to go to court, be bailed and start again the next night. So that's the message we've got across, and look, we're not on our own in respect to that. Many communities across Queensland, across southeast Queensland particularly, and also places like Townsville, we heard about it in Cairns, there needs to be a change. There clearly needs to be a change in the judicial process.
Thank you, Mayor. May I have a follow-up?
Yep.
Thank you. It's actually in regards to the 24th of October, a Skype meeting with Michelle Holmes from Asiona about the wind farm project proposal.
Yes, there's a wind farm project happening that's, and I won't go into any detail because there's a degree of confidentiality about it. It does have a very minor impact on the Toowoomba region. It has a bigger impact on Southern Downs and Gundawindi. And they will be here at an information session in the not too distant future at the request of myself and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Kerry Shine, those in favour? That's carried. Right. We'll move now to the annual report. Councillors, as is normal process, once a year we endorse our annual report. Can I take this opportunity of thanking all those who've been involved in the preparation of this report, which is a big job. I'm not terribly, whilst we need to do it and we need to make sure it happens well, I think we need to also remember that there probably won't be a lot of people who'll be reading the report. I would hate to see the percentage of the 170,000 people we've got out there. But the adoption of the annual report is always a proud moment, as it gives us as a council an opportunity to reflect on the past year and the achievements we've accomplished in this time, as well as to a chance to provide the community with a complete update, particularly on our financial position. Projects such as the Highfields Library, which is home to a library, customer service centre and a community meeting space, helps us ensure that we are catering for the growth that there is in this region. And of course, Highfields is one of those places where there's significant growth. In addition to this, we completed the Queen's Park Master Plan this year and have invested significantly in the Clifton Water Treatment Plant, as well as upgrade to the Mount Kynoch Water Treatment Plant. The Russell Street refresh is almost complete and the work is progressing well on the Mulmerran swimming pool. To continue the building infrastructure in our growing region while delivering essential services for our residents is a great achievement, especially when you consider the difficulty of the last 2 years that has been experienced not only by Toowoomba but by many places. We've run into unforeseen problems such as supply chain and significant rise in the cost of living expenses. However, despite these challenges, we've been able to adapt to a changing environment. Council's sound financial management has seen the organisations balance the needs of the community with long-term sustainability of the organisation. In the past year, we've experienced 4 declared flood events causing more than $100 million in damage to council roads and associated infrastructure. Given the extent of the damage, the flood recovery efforts will be a priority for us, stretching over the next 2 years at least. With another wet season forecast, our team is prepared to respond to whatever the weather has in store for us. While it's been another challenging year, it's also been incredibly rewarding. And personally, I'm honoured to lead an organisation and would like to thank my fellow councillors, the council's leadership team, and all of our staff from across the organisation for their efforts during the 2021-22 as we work together once again to further strengthen our region. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Mayor, I hope that your comments about the low percentage of people reading the annual report might be a bit different, given the exciting bits and pieces that are in there, including some great commentary and socialising the annual report talking about a variety of people in our organisation, and including a young para-athlete, Talia Chapman, and commenting that and bringing that into an annual report, which really, councillors, we would all appreciate around this table, that it is somewhat a prospectus for potential investors into our region, and for those that live in our region, to give them the confidence that this council is governing in a fiscally responsible manner. So I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. And Mayor, you've mentioned the 4 flooding incidents or weather incidents that have happened over the last couple of years, and there could well have been 5 rolled into 3. But years of responsible fiscal management has enabled council to withstand these floods, and helping our community navigate through the last couple of years has been a major focus of council. The annual report also provides us with an opportunity to report back or close the loop, as many of us say, around our commitment to our community when we set our budget. And we have a budget review 1 tomorrow for this current financial year, so it's very much top of mind. But if we look at our financial scorecard, our operational budget to actuals actually ended up 105% of operational spend. So that's up from $364 million. Our capital expenditure, based on our original budget of $187 million, we reached 82% of our spend. So in the schemes of a scorecard, 105%, you'd like to be 100% and 82%, given the challenges of the year from a capital delivery. I think this organisation has done very well on behalf of the community. So while multiple flood events have seen us record an operational deficit, as I alluded to, of just over $4 million this financial year, we also accepted that it was necessary to help rebuild our region and to ensure our residents weren't burdened with a large rate rise during this difficult period. And councillors deliberated long and hard around what our rating would be for this current financial year, and all of these things were taken in mind. Another one of the key strategies we implemented to assist our community was to give greater weight to local suppliers in our procurement policy, which has a profound impact on our local businesses, and the domino effect of this is quite profound as well, employing locals, supporting local families. In 2021-22, we recorded for the second successive year local spend over $200 million, and in fact the report features today a record spend, representing more than 63% of our council spend for the year. When we look back to 2012, our local spend was around $56 million, or 24%. So if you compare that to this year's figure of more than $200 million, the difference, as I say, is truly remarkable. The permanent changes to our procurement policy will ensure local businesses are well supported in years to come. So while we're focused on keeping any rate rises to a minimum, we have a responsibility to our residents to manage our finances in a prudent fashion. The community should feel confident and buoyant that Council has retained its Queensland Treasury rating of sound with a neutral outlook. Despite this solid endorsement of our financial management, a review of our financial sustainability measures as set out by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning on page 55 of the report demonstrates graphically the challenges we need to navigate and manage. For the 2021-22 financial year, our asset sustainability ratio was 73.84%, which is within our own target of above 70%, but outside the department's range of 90%. We are a growing community that requires new infrastructure to support this growth, and it's important we get the balance right between building new and renewing existing assets, and we believe this to be the target of 70%. With an asset base of $5.4 billion, it's more apparent than ever before that we must continue to fight for more uncontested funding from the state and federal governments to assist in maintaining and operating these assets. Our net financial liabilities is within the recommended target, but is challenged for the next 5 or 6 reporting periods due to borrowings for large upgrade and new infrastructure. While the operating surplus is slightly below the target, It is expected that it will be back within target, if not this current financial year, certainly in 23-24, and we'll discuss that a little bit more tomorrow at the BR1. Taking all these factors into consideration, Council is in a solid financial position to deliver its budgeted projects and services for the 22-23 financial year and beyond. Can I conclude by thanking Portfolio Leader Finance and Business Strategy, Councillor Kerry Shine, for his wise and considered input into the formation of the annual report. Thank you, Kerry. And on behalf of all councils, I pay particular gratitude to General Manager Finance and Business Strategy Group, Anne-Marie Johnson, and the collective teams in Financial Services and Communications who have provided and prepared the annual report, which is a comprehensive, and I say comprehensive, prospectus for our region. And finally, Mayor and Councillors, I think it's important that we also thank our community. Of all local governments across Queensland, we are one of the highest that is heavily reliant on our ratepayers. In fact, close to 80% of our revenue is from rates, levies and charges. Therefore, the paying of rates, whether that's water rates or general rates, levies and charges, on time, is a critical component of our budget and our cash flow. And the community, once again, has stepped up, and we thank them for that. So, Mayor, with those words, I'm happy when it's appropriate to move the adoption of the recommendation.
I'll just see if there are any questions or any comments around the room. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got two, if I might. So thanks very much for that, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McDonald. I understand that what we have before us is meets the legislative requirements set out in the Local Government Regulation 2012. This is something, though, that I've spoken about in the past. I'll say it again, maybe one day it'll happen. If we were not the public sector, we would be required under the Workplace Gender Equality Agency to report on our the levels of diversity within our workforce, and we do have a considerable workforce for this region, 1,800 around that employees. And I understand that the Workplace Gender Equality Act is a federal piece of legislation, one in which my opinion is that it needs to change. But what we have before us, as Councillor McDonald said, is a prospectus for the region, and it is a prospectus for our organisation as well. And those requirements in the local government regulation, they're the bare minimum. And I see what we've done in here. You know, we have focused on staff profiles, which is a lovely addition. And we have focused on community champions, which again is a lovely addition. And I would like and I hope that we work towards one day including in this report some breakdowns of how we are increasing our diversity here in council. And it's not, these are complicated figures because it's not just ratios, it's also about representation at different management levels. So I raise it again, and I hope that maybe the next annual report might have some of that information in it. That's the comment. My second question is I find it really informative on page 17 of the report. The beneficial enterprises are all spelt out. It goes over 3 pages. And the name of the organisation and the value that ratepayers give to these organisations to support are all listed in there. And certainly there are organisations in there that make such a massive difference to our community. This is a genuine question about, we give one of the largest, and the largest number actually, that we give, I was surprised, I have to confess, was to the Queensland Government Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, and its financial support towards the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board and on-ground research. And I know Councillor McMahon, that's something that you're heavily involved with. And I know that we as an organisation do a lot of work on the pest management, and Councillor Summerfield spoke to this earlier. My question is, what's the interface between the Queensland Government Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and the Rabbit Board, and what we do with our pest management, because it's a considerable amount of money, and I'd just like to understand a bit more about that, please. Whoever's best placed. I just don't have. I don't know.
Did you wish to answer that, Brian, as the CEO, or would anyone else wish to make a comment in respect to that? The Rabbit Board, of course, is terribly historical. It's been there a long time, and it's from time to time there's been a fair few questions asked about the worth of it, and maybe Councillor McMahon would be better suited to answer that. But living in an area where the Rabbit Board goes through, it's very hard for me to determine where most of the rabbits live, on the clean side or the other side. And I know that they're doing a lot of work at times to eradicate them. But you know, there are some questions around the worth of it, I suppose. But in saying that, I think if you look back historically, you'll find it was absolutely essential that what happened had to happen. Brian, did you want to make a comment, and then I might hand over to Councillor McMahon to make a few comments there?
I can't really add too much value to that. I can get you a response,
Thanks.
and perhaps some information circulated about how that interface actually works.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that council works hand in glove. That's what I would imagine happens, but just to understand what does actually happen there.
On ground, I'll have to get you some.
Yeah, thank you.
And would that hand in glove be represented by the fact that a number of councils have board members on that board? And I think that's the interaction. I might have been a bit harsh before in my comments, Councillor McMahon, but there have been times when it's not necessary to count the numbers, and the rabbits are everywhere. But of course, your people are going in there and they're getting rid of them. So over to you with an apology.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. I am a council-appointed director on the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board, and it's one of those interesting ones. It is currently being reviewed, all of its operations and what it does, as state government has often reviewed it, but it's a very old, very historical part of Queensland's history, and it runs through 7 LGAs. Each of those local government associations, areas rather, concerning how many people they have, contribute an amount of money to seeing the Rabbit Board continue to operate. The thing about the Rabbit Board is we have a fence, and you're right, Mayor. There are rabbits on the clean side of the fence, and I've had a board meeting just this last week that they were talking about the amount of infestations that they have cleaned out of properties in Highfields and Kabala, which has become a bit of a hotspot for rabbit activity that have otherwise hopped in from the north, despite a fence along the south. But it is more than maintenance of a fence. It's the eradication of rabbits in a very large area. And I better not preempt a review that hasn't been released yet, but there may be some talk around more of a larger operational area to that. So we contribute around about $650,000 as a council to the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board. All of the other LGAs that it goes through concerning how many people they have contribute similar numbers. But you're right, it is funded by councils yet run by the state government, and all of our financials and audits and directives go through to the state government despite it being funded by local councils. So I've certainly advocated that I would like to see some state government funding of that, but hasn't been any talk on that yet.
Thanks, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and then Councillor Summerfield.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had 2 comments. One, I think it looks fantastic, and I think that that's really due to your work, Kylie, and your team. I wanted to talk, Councillor McDonald was talking about the financial sustainability measures, and I'm sure that these have been presented to us before, but I suppose seeing them in the report like that is the time where you sort of get that macro look at them. But I guess now's not the time to talk about them, but tomorrow perhaps, you know, that is time for that discussion to where we are going to get into that sort of target range and how we're going to get there, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to talk to the Wascally Rabbits from the perspective of the Biosecurity Committee, and it's really good to have the CEO of the Rabbit Board, or Rabbit Construction, whatever they're called, on our Biosecurity Committee, because they actually provide input, and I find the current CEO, quite effective. I think he's trying to deliver good outcomes, and it'll be interesting to see what that review brings. But certainly it is a big stipend that we provide each year, but I think it's an important one. You know, we have enough of the rabbits running around now, and they are being proactive in our region, which is good. That helps us justify that stipend, but I just wonder what it would be like if that fence wasn't there. So I think it is important that we continue to support
And
it,
also-
and we need to understand what the review brings as well.
And also the control measures that are undertaken. And if you look back in history and see the impact of rabbits, particularly in southern Australia, I think there was, in my very, very early days as a small child, I remember going out, shining a light on rabbits, dropping a net over them, catching them, taking them in, getting them injected with myxomatosis and letting them go again. And that had a profound effect on the number of rabbits now. But in saying that, it's a pretty big job to maintain the integrity of a fence that long. There's no question of that. So I think we need the fence, we need the biosecurity measures that are being taken, and I'm pleased to hear, Councillor Summerfield, that the CEO is very keen to spread his wings around and get rabbits elsewhere. I believe there were rabbits in the Gulf country some time ago. I heard of a few years ago. So thanks to human beings, they've got the capability of spreading. And that's probably the very reason they got to the Gulf country, I'd imagine. Any other questions in respect to the annual report? I think we're probably at a time now where, if we can dispose with this, we'd better pop over to the library and thank the volunteers. Councillor McDonald, you indicated you wish to move the motion.
Yeah, happy to move.
Councillor Summerfield, you're happy to second that. Any questions? Those in favour? Thank you very much. I think it's an outstanding report. Would someone like to move that we now adjourn? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved. Councillor McDonald second. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. has been given. Sorry about that, Brian. I'm lucky I got you. Councillor Carl, you're bringing a motion forward in regarding to environmental matters. I note that tomorrow we have a information session that, from what I can gather, would cover most of that. Are you comfortable still to bring it forward, or would you like to withdraw it, or what would you like to do?
No, I'd still like to bring it forward. That's quite fortuitous that it's tomorrow, but it definitely does not cover all the matters and the reasons for this motion. It covers only part of it. And I think the important part, well, it's over to you, Chair, but I'd ask that there's a seconder and then I can speak to it.
Okay, so Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded that. You've moved it, Councillor Carl. Is there anybody else around the room that has a comment to make? Councillor Dancy?
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Look, I just think it's important that we have this motion before us so that the people, the general public, understand that we are trying to make some changes. We are trying to address their concerns. And I think it's really important that we actually have this motion for that reason, so that the general public, it's all very well for us to have information sessions, which we should rightly do, but the public aren't aware that we're trying to make changes. So by having this motion before us today, it highlights to the public that we are trying to make an effort to try and retain more trees and get outcomes that we need to have. So I think it's really important that we have it today.
Are there any other comments around the room? I did have a fair few comments from a number of people in respect to this motion. Councillor Megan.
Chair, I'm happy to debate it if Councillor Carl wants to put it up.
Okay, right. Councillor Carl, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. That's rather unusual. When mover and a seconder, you usually get to follow the process, but I will now. For the sake of those listening, I'll read it, that a council information session be scheduled in November 2022 to brief council on available mapping showing areas of environmental significance within the Toowoomba region. And point 2, a councillor information session be scheduled in January 23 to discuss ways in which environmental values within the Toowoomba region can be protected. And here's the key part, both in the short term and the longer term through the proposed new Toowoomba region planning scheme. The reasons for the motion: that Toowoomba region has recently seen a loss of green infrastructure to make way for urban development within Highfields. The Highfields community has made it clear to council that this loss is unacceptable and demanded measures to be taken to prevent such loss from occurring again. As a major urban growth area within the Toowoomba region, this issue is of particular significance in Highfields. However, and this is really important, Highfields is not the only urban growth area within the region. This issue therefore needs to be considered across the region. Understanding where areas of green infrastructure and environmental significance are located across the region is the first essential step in addressing this issue. This needs to be immediately followed, and this is really pertinent. This needs to be immediately followed by careful consideration of ways available to council to protect these areas, both in the short term and longer term, through a new planning scheme currently under preparation. This motion ensures that these steps are taken at the earliest possible opportunity. So the reason why I brought it, councillors, was to highlight not just to staff, but importantly to the community, that this is of significance, and the tendency for, well, the timing, the lag of 2025 until the planning scheme comes into or is approved is a considerable length of time. And you'll note, out of courtesy, and Councillor Megan was the only one that had anything to say via email, but I, out of courtesy, forwarded this to councillors, and to actually highlight that this process is critically important, and that we are subject to clarity around these sessions, that council may wish to actually implement some measures. We've seen TLPIs, temporary local planning instruments, introduced before, and I'm not preempting anything, but it gives council the option, the earlier we tackle these major issues, and part of a sustainable environment is considering as part of sustainability environmental issues under the current regime and the way state government is moving around this. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward, not just to highlight to the community, but more importantly, facilitate a process whereby we're enabled to enact, if we so wish to, prior to the approval of the planning scheme in 2025, because that is a big drought, a long period of time in which untold amounts of damage could happen under the current regime.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion or ask a question? Yep.
Yeah, could I have a question? Thanks, Councillor Carl, for bringing this forward. I just wanted to ask perhaps an officer if this recommendation before us, and pointing out that you've mentioned, Councillor Carl, that not preempting, but perhaps a TLPI, and I wouldn't be against exploring that. But is there anything in this motion that's something we're not already doing? Could I ask that question? Given the public consultation and everything that's going on, is there something in this motion that is required over and above what we're not already doing or undertaking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer is no. The two sessions that are flagged within the motion are planned. So as the Mayor has identified, the session which the motion flags for November is actually scheduled for tomorrow. And there is a session scheduled on the 23rd of January, which would be the second session flagged in the motion.
So, through you, Chair, so therefore, perhaps, and picking up on Councillor Summerfield's comments, and I agree with that wholeheartedly, maybe there's been a misstep in here to let the community know that this is important for us and we're actually going through a process alongside of what we're doing. Perhaps that's the misstep. Rather than have another motion that we actually vote on, it could have been in the group report or something like that. But that said, I'm agnostic with the idea of conversation around the TLPI for this particular subject, but we probably need these first two things ticked off before we even went down that path. Would that be fair?
Yes, I believe that's fair.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this, but I perhaps want to bring also to our community's attention that when we were up at Cairns, the LGAQ, there was a motion passed up there with a huge majority supporting an addressing of the inadequate mapping by the state government on koala and other habitat and remnant vegetation. And I think that this fits. I've been saying a long time, I don't know, and I know people think we can do things through the planning scheme. We in local government are a child of the state government, and this sort of thing only works with the best of intention if the state has the right mapping. If they're going to have mapping, it's an overlay that goes over as a matter of course. And I think that, we need to put some of our energies in there as well as lobbying, as was passed, and LGAQ will follow that up. So I think that both go together, our planning scheme, but also the overlaying strategy, the overlays strategies of the state government's mapping that should be far more adequate than it is at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cull, I understand what you're trying to do, and I think your intention is pure. What I am concerned about, and what the officers, in conversations that I've had with them, I would like Heath to comment about our capacity to introduce a TLPI, if that was to be the case, and the possible ramifications of people hearing about something possibly, changing at council and then rampant wholesale clearing on the off chance that something might change. So if you could please comment on that, Heath.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly a requirement to put in place a TLPI would require resourcing, which is currently dedicated to preparing the new planning scheme. So if council were to consider putting a TLPI in place, we would need to consider the resource implications of doing that and how those resources would be found and funded. Look, the matter of the vegetation being that council may choose to try to protect under the new planning scheme being lost as the planning scheme is developed is certainly a genuine threat. So in the middle of 2024, when council exhibits its new planning scheme, it'll be clear to the community if council is seeking to protect vegetation and where that vegetation is and what measures council will be proposing to take. And if that vegetation isn't protected in the interim, some landowners may choose to remove what they see as a potential constraint to their future use and development of that land. So that is certainly something that council will need to consider as it prepares the new scheme.
Can I ask you a question, please, Heath? The recent incident, and of course Councillor Von Hoppers brought a petition here today, the approval to clear that land, is that an historic approval for subdivision, or has this council given any direction there, or was it a previous council?
So it is an historic approval. So the clearing of the vegetation was to enable the subdivision of the land, which is an historic approval. I'm afraid I don't know the exact time at which that approval was issued, but it was some years ago. I don't know whether it was prior to not 2008 or after 2008, but it's certainly a number of years old. So there has been clearing of vegetation both within the development site itself and on council road reserves, and the clearing of that land required approval on the council road reserves required approval under council bylaws. However, given the subdivision approval, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for council to have refused a tree clearing application because the trees needed to be cleared to enable the subdivision to go ahead.
And finally, could we have revisited that proposal or that approval and changed it?
No, I don't believe there's any legal avenue for council to withdraw or amend that approval.
Yep. It's my understanding that, and Councillor Cole, you would know, that would have come out of Crow's Nest Council, I'd imagine, in an era before there was the kind of concern that's being expressed now.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, not necessarily. It was zoned back then, but the application happened under amalgamated council. But every councillor knows around this table full well that that's history, and we couldn't change anything. So what I'm talking about is how we step forward.
Yep.
And place priority around those issues.
And what I'm concerned about is, can we change other areas to where we want to put it, having had a historical planning approval?
I'm not concerned about existing planning approvals, and that's not the intent of this motion. Never has been. What I'm talking about is the gap between now on greenfield land that hasn't got approvals over it in the urban footprint and the priority infrastructure area, and in emerging communities within that priority infrastructure area, that could be under some risk. And to do nothing, by the way, well, anyway, I'll save those comments for sum up.
Okay, any other comments, Councillor Shine?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify from Heath, if I could, that under the Planning Acts, the law, councils don't have any injunctive powers like going to the Supreme Court to apply for an injunction to prevent any sort of clearing taking place between now and the new planning scheme coming about. There's no avenue that we can apply anywhere else to prevent this happening. Is that right?
Look, answering that question probably stretches my legal knowledge beyond what it should be. So, look, there is certainly no avenue that I am aware of, but I cannot say categorically that that is the case. But I'm certainly not aware of any avenue that council would have.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, I'm sorry about that. I put Councillor Shine ahead of you accidentally.
No, you're right. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Heath, could you make comment on, I know you said it's a resourcing issue if there was to, if we were to look at the TLPI. The TLPI needs to be approved by the Minister. So what is your opinion in terms of, as we're already developing a planning scheme, looking at what instruments we can use to tighten up tree clearing and all of that, in your opinion, what's the chance of the Minister approving that while at the same time we're already doing that? Well, I mean, I want to know how effective.
Mr Mayor, I find that a bit tenuous because Councillor Megan was in the same conversation I had with her and Stuart in the planning meeting that we had, and as per my email to every councillor, Heath helped me draft this motion and is fully aware of the resourcing issues, and I made it very clear that if council was of an opinion to move through that, we would have to resource that. So I find it a bit tenuous where she's going with that questioning, as she has full knowledge, as every councillor here, as per my response to her, that I'm not making any assumptions about a TLPI. What I'm saying is, subsequent to the clarity, as per my email, subsequent to the clarity of these discussions, we may or may not wish to take interim measures as a council. And a TLPI could be one of those. It's not whether it's likely to have a chance or not. Oh, so throw our hands in the air and don't try. This is pretty straightforward. I thought a rather straightforward proper procedural process, and just because we're doing it doesn't mean to say, oh well, we'll just wait for it to come. We're putting priority around this and saying, well, okay, let's put ourselves in the driver's seat and not wait till 2025. We may wish to, or we may wish not to, or at least, the very least, it places a set of parameters for the staff to go away and consider, well, the importance of this as per the majority of the boardrooms feel. That's all.
Councillor Summerfield, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm finding this really interesting, this discussion. And the more I listen to it, the more I realise how important it is for us to have this discussion today before we have tomorrow's briefing, because there's certainly some interesting comments around the room. We understand that the horse is bolted on current approvals. The TLPI, we're understanding now that will need to be resourced, so we'll have to consider resourcing if that's the way we go. Councillor Carroll raised the state government mapping, which is a really important issue. It was mentioned by Councillor Megan that it could create rampant clearing, but as Heath quite rightly said, the new planning scheme will also trigger that if it doesn't happen now. Planning design has a role to play in this. You know, we keep talking about, well, they get approval and they can clear it and whatever. So part of it could be education, part of it could even be incentive, that they actually, they keep an avenue of trees. The houses behind that avenue of trees have the back to the trees, which makes a beautiful playground for their backyards. Their houses come out onto a road. That feeds down to a main road instead of all these individual houses coming out onto a main road. It's simple design like that that can actually create great outcomes in developments. And so we need to actually investigate, and we need to come up with ideas and solutions on how we protect these trees, whether it just be a row of trees along one side of a development rather than that total clearing of the whole site, which we're all aware of. We need to come up with solutions. We can't just say it's too hard and put all these barriers up to stop it happening. We need to be coming up with outcomes that are going to deliver really nice areas to live in our region. As we continue to see the development grow and grow and grow with the big expectation of more housing to provide the housing problems, we need to come up with solutions that are going to actually provide outcomes that are outcomes that our communities want. Not just say, well, it's too hard, let's say we can't do this and we can't do that. Let's just go ahead and give it a shot.
I don't think anyone's arguing against that.
Well, it's not what I'm hearing, I have to say.
No, I think we want to get the best possible thing for the community, and I guess the petition today is very much part of that. Councillor Von Hoff.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have to say I'm surprised to hear some of the opposition around the table to this because, you know, we have had this petition earlier today, 6,839 signatures, and they're talking about the protection of mature growth trees. And we all know that time is of the essence when it comes to any kind of conservation. We all know that. And we also all know that the duration of the work that goes into the planning scheme takes a really long time. So if we want to do something ahead of that, we have to act now. And I find it really counterintuitive and illogical, honestly, to put forward the notion that we would not have the staffing for a TLPI, because this council sets the strategic intent of the wider council, and anything else other than that is like the tail wagging the dog. We decide what gets resourced at council, not the other way round. We understand all of the limitations. We're frustrated about the mapping. We're frustrated about what we can and can't do, and you know, there isn't an understanding amongst all of the community about some of the legislation around this. But there is a genuine concern in the community, and approving this today shows that we're hearing it and we're doing something about it.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Are we actually in debate? Is that what we're in at the moment? Or?
Well, I think we're having a discussion with various sides of the view. I haven't formally gone into debate at this point in time.
Thank you.
Righto. Okay, Councillor Cole, what's the problem? I
thought
had to open the discussion up early because there was a serious divergence of opinion as to whether we're going to cover this tomorrow completely or whether this would be of value having an additional resolution.
Yeah.
My view was, in talking to staff, that it would possibly be covered tomorrow. And we could bring all the things to the table right then. But I have no problem. If this goes through today, I will support it.
Chair, you're the chair, but I'm merely following my meeting procedure. There was a mover and a second. We did go in debate, and I was actually just agreeing with Councillor McDonald that I thought we were in debate. You had called for and against. Anyway, you're the chair.
I'm sorry, I hadn't called for and against. You had spoken, and then there's a discussion began, which I thought was healthy. Let it go. So do we want to go back to debate? If anyone wishes to speak, I'll assume that most of the comments that have been made in favour. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
She's already spoken against.
Well, we've had about 3 or 4 people speak for, and I let that happen, and that's my fault, and I'll have to accept responsibility for that. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? Okay, well, Councillor McMahon.
Oh, yeah, asking me.
I'll take Councillor Summerfield's advice, and you can speak. You wish to speak
thanks,
against.
Chair. No, I would like to speak against it. Look, if we just take a step back from TLPIs and the whole lot, this is a motion calling for 2 information sessions, one to be held in November 22. Have a look in your diary, it's there tomorrow. One being held in January 23. Have a look in your diary, it's already rostered in. So we've got a motion that we've just spent half an hour arguing about for what's in our diary. So I honestly think, Councillor Carl, if anyone else brought this to the table, there'd be an uproar from your end of not following protocol, let alone that, you know, I've seen you have an uproar about we shouldn't be using a motion to ask for information sessions.
Point of order.
Well, as I'm
No,
speaking-
point of order. Councillor Carl did follow protocol.
Yes.
Well,
He
I'm
spoke for the
speaking
motion.
against it.
Withdraw.
Excuse me?
Withdraw. You said that he didn't follow protocol.
Has that been sustained, that point of order?
Sorry.
I've been interrupted for a point of order.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
look,
know
I'm
if it's
sorry.
been
I
sustained.
think it's fair to say that Councillor Carl did follow protocol, so.
Okay, well, Chair, with
Yep.
respect, I have seen Councillor Carl have uproar about people calling for information sessions in a motion in a general meeting. So look, if the rule applies to one, it should apply to all. But regardless, well, here we are with a motion for 2 information sessions. Both of them are in our diary. I appreciate we want to tell the community we're doing something, but we are doing something. It's already there. Let's just go to what this motion says and realise the work we're putting in to do this with the officer help. First one is scheduled tomorrow. Apologies, Councillor Summerfield, if that point of order.
Councillor Carl, not me.
Yeah, but you called it, and I'll withdraw that. I was arguing about what's written on the page. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Let's bring it back to the motion. We need to let the community know what we are actually doing. And I think that's really important for transparency. There is considerable concern within the community around the critically important environmental issues of our region. You only have to see the petition that Councillor Vonhoff brought to the table this morning. We spent hours, I believe, debating planting 1 million trees a couple of weeks ago. It's easier to keep trees than plant trees. So this motion actually brings it to the table and lets the community know that it is of importance to this council and that we don't want to sit on our hands and that we actually are putting a critical importance on this subject, and it's coming to council in the soonest, quickest possible way that we can. And it's about bringing options to the table, whether it's a TLPI or whatever other method is available to us. And that's what this motion says. And I'm glad we're actually having this discussion, and I'm glad it's out there for the public and our important residents to understand how critically important this subject is and how important it is to everyone sitting around this table. So I'm glad we're actually having this conversation. Thank you, Councillor Carl, for bringing it to the table.
Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor Shawn.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. If the point is, as referred to by Councillor Melissa Taylor, that we want the public to know that we are going to have information sessions, or if this motion goes through as indicated in the motion, surely they now know it. This is a public meeting. A competent report of the meeting will indicate that we are having one information session tomorrow and the other a month or two later. So the aim of the motion has already, in terms of the arrangements made in terms of our information session agenda, the aim has already been achieved. If it's, and I repeat what I said at the outset, if it's the point is that the public should know about it, being a public meeting, this one broadcast, they do know about it.
Is there a speaker for the motion? Is there an additional speaker for the motion? Well, we've reached the stage where Councillor Carl, if you could sum up, please. Oh, sorry. Did you indicate? I didn't see it. So you'll have to
Sorry,
wave
Mayor,
a bit
sorry.
harder.
I was, sorry, through you, I had my hand up earlier with a question. I understand we got into debate. Am I able to ask a question, not within debate, if you...
Well, Councillor's quite happy about you asking a question. I'll ask. Yeah, I'm happy with that, if you can ask a question.
I just want, because I think we all want sort of the same outcome here, but there's a lot of different arguments going around about it. My question is, and probably would be to you, Brian, Mr. CEO. So if there's an information session scheduled for tomorrow and in January, the outcome of this motion, so say this motion, this motion goes down, do we cancel the information session tomorrow? Or is it just like, that's the part I'm just trying to, or is it different, or?
Brian?
We wouldn't cancel it if this motion went down. We'd still proceed.
I think the question that's being put is that this, the information session tomorrow is very similar to the motion. I think that's the.
No, I'm trying to understand that's I'm genuinely asking a question. If I can ask the mover of the motion,
between the two.
if I can ask them genuinely, if I can ask through you, if I can ask the mover of the motion.
Yes, sorry, Councillor James. Well, I was distracted by a comment there that it's this will be covered in tomorrow's session. It will definitely not be covered in tomorrow's session. There is a lot more to cover, and from sitting within the portfolio, the extent of discussion will be quite extensive across a range of issues. We're covering one topic tomorrow, so.
Okay. Any other comments around the room before we close the debate? Councillor McDonald, you wish to speak for or
Mayor.
against?
Could I just get clarification from Heath? And I'll go back to the question I asked earlier, was the two elements of this motion, will they be covered off on tomorrow? And the one on the 23rd of January?
Yes, they will.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Councillor Cut. Yeah. We're at the stage where we've had a speaker against, and the next speaker will have to be for. Formal speaker. If there's no one wishing to speak for, I think we'll move to sum up. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. I by no means have stepped outside the process. In fact, I went above and beyond and was transparent with my colleagues, and sent an email with the actual body, the actual motion that you see here today, and the background, the reasons for the motion. So I don't think I've stepped outside the process. But more to the point, the comment about public knowing and they'll know now in the meeting. Well, they'll either know that we supported the motion or we didn't, because it's the only formal record that we have, a general meeting, where council ratifies motions. Information sessions, to my knowledge, are confidential, so the public doesn't have an opportunity to actually find out about council's intent moving forward into the future, both short-term and long-term. This will be a formal record for council and for the community that they can quite clearly and transparently see. But I say again, my open and transparent discussions within the portfolio and with the officer Heath, who is the project manager and takes carriage of this, I discussed at length with him the implications of us not doing anything in the interim and the implications of us doing something. And that's why I arrived at this position and asked, with the knowledge of the General Manager and Councillor Megan, to actually help draft a motion to give some intent, aside from whether it's what we're doing anyway. It gives some clear intent, both organisationally and to the community. And I think that the part that's been lost here is it prepares council, it arms council and puts us in the best position to make fully formed decisions. And I support Councillor Mell's comments around placing an importance and a priority on this, given the extent of angst in the community as well. So I go back and say, councillors, to me, I thought it was a pretty straightforward motion, that we were giving clear intent, that we were signalling to the community, to the development sector, to the organisation, that we do hear this, it is of concern, and we are getting on with the journey of unpacking these important issues, and not just doing it behind closed doors in a briefing session or an information session in a formulation of a planning scheme. Thanks, councillors. I urge you to support it.
Okay, councillors, that closes the debate. The motion has been put and it's in front of you there. Is that on the screen? That's not the motion, is it? That's the motion. Wow. Okay. That a council information be scheduled for November 2022 to brief council available mapping areas of environmental significance within the Toowoomba region. A council information session be scheduled for January 2023 to discuss ways in which the environmental values within the Toowoomba region can be protected both in the short term and in the longer term through the proposed new Toowoomba planning scheme. Those in favour? You're in favour? Those against? Councillor Carroll, did you vote?
No, I didn't, Mr Mayor, because I don't know what this is going to do. We've already got planning schemes. We've already got information sessions. I just think it's...
Well, your vote will be taken as a negative if you don't vote.
I understand that.
Yep. So those in favour again, please. 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? Motion is lost.
Get a division of the vote on that one, thanks, Mayor.
Sorry?
Division of the vote, thank you.
You've got the division? Okay. We move now to item 14.2 regarding the Queensland Police Service locating and tracking stolen vehicles. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, just prior to that motion, that item, Mayor, can we just check that the division has been recorded for that last motion? Has been recorded. Kirsten's right with it.
Councillor McDonald has asked if you've got the division. You've got the division? Rebecca, Bill, Nancy, Melissa and James.
James was 4.
Okay. Carol's a negative. Didn't vote.
Carol's again.
Well, no, because it doesn't say that. It's just a show motion.
That's correct. How do you do that? Clear? That's good. You've got all those in colour. Excellent.
Right.
Okay, so this is 14.2, councillors, and apologies you didn't get this until the agenda, as it was only finalised or made aware of with a conversation with QPS through Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships on Friday morning. However, the motion is pretty clear and it hits to the core of what's been a social issue for us for a little while now, and that that council invite Queensland Police Service Darling Downs District to provide a presentation to councillors and appropriate staff on new technology that is available to assist Queensland Police Service in locating, tracking stolen vehicles. Happy to talk to the reasons if there's a seconder.
I seek a seconder. Councillor Shine.
The reasons. Yep, sorry. The reasons QPS Darling Downs has received funding for 13 fixed cameras to assist in the detection and surveillance of stolen vehicles in the Toowoomba region. These cameras need to be strategically located to be most effective, and this may require the use of council infrastructure. QPS will maintain and operate the cameras with no foreseeable ongoing cost to council. It is thought by QPS that 20 cameras would currently best service the region, and funding for the additional 7 cameras of $10,000 each is yet to be sourced. Council and QPS have a strong history of working closely together for the benefit of our community, and this would further demonstrate our shared approach to safety and crime prevention. It has been reported that Toowoomba Regional Council has the highest number of reported stolen vehicles in Queensland by local government area. According to QPS, this technology has been recently implemented successfully in Cairns and in Townsville. There's some data there from that's been supplied by QPS for the Darling Downs Patrol Group, which takes in police divisions of Toowoomba, Drayton and Highfields. We've experienced the following increases in crime last financial year 21-22 compared to the previous financial year of 2020-21. 64% increase for unlawful entry with intent, homes, premises and businesses, and a 72% increase in unlawful use of motor vehicles, stolen cars. Financial year to date, unlawful entry with intent, homes, premises and businesses is 609, and unlawful use of motor vehicles is 222. So this motion is simply to invite the QPS Darling Downs District to present to councillors and appropriate staff on this technology, unknown what that may mean as a commitment from council, be it whether it's council-owned infrastructure or what that might look like. But this is the first part, which is to have QPS present to council at an appropriate time.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak against that motion? A question?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I'm just looking at those figures that you read out, and we have here in the background a 64% increase of unlawful entry with intent for homes, premises and businesses, and a 72% increase of unlawful use of motor vehicles and stolen cars. They are damning figures, and it seems to run counter to what you were saying earlier today, Mayor, about the numbers being on the down.
The numbers that I've been given directly from the Assistant Commissioner are a significant fall in the number of offences in this area since the increase in staff. But I guess I'll have to check that out if we...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, if I could, thanks Councillor Von Hoff. These are figures from 2020, 21 and 2021, 22. So obviously we're in this current year, and you can see in the last paragraph there's still an unusual amount, a number, but that doesn't say by percentages. So there may well have been a decrease. That could be a decrease for that period of this financial year as well. So not knowing the hard numbers, just percentages, it's probably a little unknown what that is, but certainly a question we could ask if council agrees to have an audience with the QPS.
Yeah, I think that for clarity about what the reality is, that would be very helpful.
I think the numbers I got were April compared with July. And there'd been and the Assistant Commissioner indicated very clearly there'd been a rather significant fall since the increase in police in Toowoomba. There were 29 extra police brought to the region as a result of the advocacy they had been around, and I think that's I was quite buoyed by that, but I'll ring her later and check that. Anyone wishing to speak against this? Any questions? Councillor Carl?
Happy to support it, but I would have thought this normal course would have been a deputation to council in the public general meeting.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Rather than a motion, but anyway, I won't go there based on
Happy
previous discussion.
Happy to comment on that. Councillor Carl, I did actually mention that to the QPS, but obviously there's some information that they would wish to share that's reasonably confidential, and particularly around the location of cameras, which would sometimes defeat the purpose of having a camera in situ.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. Okay, is there any other business that we can determine by resolution to be included in the business today? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Just for general business, I seek councillors' approval to bring forward a motion on filtered traffic signals.
On
On filtered traffic signals.
traffic signals, yes. You're happy to move that, and Councillor Von Hoff to second that, that we bring it forward. So we're dealing currently with whether or not we bring this forward. Those in favour of bringing the motion forward? That is carried. Back to you, Councillor. Unanimous. Back to you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I have just put this together with the assistance of my fellow colleagues, so it's not a great deal of background, but I would like to bring a motion forward that Council receive a report at the Infrastructure Services Group Committee in December 2022 to consider reverting back to filtered turning signals on Council-owned and maintained traffic signalised intersections.
Thank you. You're moving that, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. The General Manager wish to comment? The Acting General Manager wish to comment on that? Okay.
Certain, if I might, through you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Certain intersections in our communities, such as the South and Ramsay Street intersection that I mentioned this morning, have a lot of school children, very busy intersections. Centenary Heights, hundreds of school kids change there every morning, using that St Thomas More's and the Christian College that's up the road. I think that rather than have a blanket, I would rather see that we don't blanket every intersection, that we think about them on a case-by-case basis. And that way I certainly support it, but if we just have a blanket about all intersections, I probably couldn't support that, because I am the road safety councillor for Toowoomba and for the council, and I think that we need to be very mindful that whilst we want the traffic to keep moving, we also want our school children to be safe. Thank you.
I would have assumed that our staff would have brought the priorities forward. And
If I may, Chair, it is about bringing a report to Council, which my assumption would be that the officers would cover all of those safety considerations, because I totally agree. There are times in which turning signals are imperative, and that's very much a safety issue. So yes, it's about bringing a report to Council.
yes, and if with Council's consent, I'll just ask the Acting General Manager to make a comment in respect to this matter.
Yes, Mr Mayor, probably supportive of that in terms of but I would suggest that it isn't a blanket statement, and that's what I said, that it would be, I suggest that probably something along the lines of Council requested an information session and report regarding filter turns at TRC traffic signals be presented to Council to provide with better background information other than my brief explanation this morning, and regarding to better inform a decision as to whether Council should allow filter turns and TRC traffic signals where it can be justified by an appropriate risk assessment.
Councillor Taylor, are you comfortable with that?
No, I'm not actually. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate your words and I understand where you're coming from, but my motion says receive a report, and that would cover all of what Eric has just, with great respect, that Eric has brought forward.
So what
Because
we have
then, sorry,
what we have on the screen is what you're suggesting?
yes.
Mr Mayor, I comment again to consider reverting back to filtered turning signals, it doesn't make any, that says all intersections.
Righto. I had a comment from Councillor McMahon. We'll just take a few comments for a moment.
Yeah, I just have
while we get clarity.
Question, and thanks to Councillor Melissa. The officers are capable of doing this, keeping in mind their committee reports are written a month in advance by December, or do you want a future one? Have the officers backed up that they're all right with a 6th of December committee meeting to get this before us? Keeping in mind there's a lot of work to do there. Could I have comment from the officer, please?
December I think we could do it with the push. I haven't talked to any of our staff who would be prepared on that.
if you're happy, thank you very much.
Councillor Von Hoff,
Happy to second the motion.
you're seconding the motion, moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by... Do you want to go into debate now? Do we?
Apologies, Mayor. Apparently, Councillor Summerfield had already seconded the motion.
Councillor Summerfield had seconded the previous one. Oh, no. Righto, well, Councillor Summerfield.
An amendment, Mr Mayor, thank you.
You wish to move an amendment?
Thank you. I want to change to consider averting those intersections after various intersections after risk assessment. In some way incorporate that into there, because the way it reads at the moment, it's looking at an information session with a view to taking the whole lot back to no filters. The filters.
I'm not picking that up.
Yes, it is. It does.
I'm not... anyhow, you...
It says on council, the way it reads there, Mr Mayor, on council owned, that means all council owned, and maintain traffic signalised intersections. If we could just put in there some, or various, or whatever, and we don't need to put the rest of it in there.
Would you
but
put
just
high usage ones?
As it says, well, it'll be a bit more than that. It's ones that survive, that come up with under a risk assessment. So that there says all council owned and maintained traffic signalised intersections. That's what it says at the moment. And I want to move an amendment that says various intersections after risk assessments, after the result of a risk assessment. Thank you. That's something like that. Thanks, Brian.
So you've moved that amendment?
Thank you.
Mr
Do we
Chair,
have it? Councillor Summerfield, you have a comment?
yeah, could I just suggest that the word reverting would help Councillor Taylor's concerns, because it would be reverting. So the ones that were, it would only be reverting the ones that are being changed back to, you can't turn unless it's a green arrow.
Mr Mayor, the intersections aren't all that way at the moment, and neither are TMRs. They're only going as the intersections are being upgraded. For instance, there's the one at, as I said in my email, the one at James and Kitchener hasn't reverted yet. So it's not all reverting with all of them, because there's only a few that have been done. So I don't think reverting's applicable there at the moment. So what I'm concerned about is happy to go through this, and indeed I support it, but not at every intersection. There would have to be certain intersections after a risk assessment is conducted, and that's what I'm moving. Thank you.
I would have thought that this initial resolution moved by Councillor Taylor, Councillor Lester Taylor, would sort of be part of the process of bringing that to the table. That's my take on it.
But it's,
It would be step one.
I don't.
Right, well, we have an amendment. We have a mover for that amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Shine. We've got to go through the process. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. I think I've probably spoken to it. I don't support all our signals being done. Our intersections aren't all the same. They don't carry the same traffic, and they don't carry feeder roads, and they don't have schools on them and all those other things. But whilst I support the filters going on some intersections, I think it'd be very adverse for us to involve ourselves in signalising where there is a risk connected to doing that, and I think we need to spell that out. If this is coming to a committee meeting, then we need to spell out what we want to have there. The way it was there before, it was every intersection, every one that is under our control. So I support it, but only in areas where the risk assessment says it's safe to do so. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carroll has spoken for the amendment. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the amendment? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment actually says after a risk assessment is conducted. So to me, you're actually, that would have to go to a budgetary session to resource that, because a risk assessment across the entire network, I would assume, would be a costly exercise, as was the table informed 2 years ago when an audit was requested of our traffic signal network. So that would not be able to be done before the 6th of November. The original motion is just asking, not just, but it's asking for a report across the entire network. So to me, having a risk assessment is just adding another layer of complexity to the work that needs to be conducted.
Anyone wishing to speak for the amendment? Councillor Shine.
I adopt the arguments put forward by Councillor Carol Taylor. Just in relation to the risk assessment issue, I would have thought it would be irresponsible to consider the matter without proper investigation being undertaken.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, Councillor Carroll, would you sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's been done to death, to be honest with you, but I do agree. It'd be very irresponsible for council, and indeed our people would not bring a report back without having done a risk assessment. I don't think it would be ethical in any way. Council does have responsibilities in the road safety space, and we have a responsibility on behalf of our community. So I do believe that a report means the same thing. A report's not going to come back to council unless a part of a risk assessment is part of that report. Otherwise, how would our engineers, traffic engineers, be able to present any facts without being able to say whether it was safe or not to do so? Thank you.
Councillor Carl, you wish to make a comment? Councillor Carol Taylor, just summing up.
No, just a question, if I may, through you to the CEO.
Yes.
Brian, I'm just worried about, I think we've landed halfway in between both, but I'm just worried about the timing and the risk assessment request. I'm worried about it loading up the department. I support the consideration for council. Remember, I raised it earlier today in the meeting about the strategic traffic management and transport strategy. That's why I raised it earlier. But I'm just wondering whether we're hitting the mark here, and I'm concerned about it, the timing and the resources. I do want to see it come forward, but I think there might be a better way. I support the original intent, but I am concerned about the timing of a risk assessment and what the implications are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we don't. I'm just,
I take on board what you've said now. We've had Councillor Carroll has summed up, so the amendment will be before you. It's moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Kerry Shine.
Can I get a comment from the CEO, please?
A comment from the CEO.
Councillors, I saw the original motion as being something that was in very general terms about how council deals with them and the principles and policies behind how we deal with signalised intersections, and I suppose the genesis of how we came to filtered turning signals and the benefits and I suppose disbenefits of filtered turning signals. The second proposed amendment, in my mind, may follow on from that first one, where you may have to do a risk assessments to actually decide whether you wish to go to that next stage of determining whether you wanted to actually change it or revert them back. So I think you would need to probably do a risk assessment on each occasion to determine whether that was the case. But if the first one proceeded, I would think that would be probably something that would actually fall out of the original proposed motion.
A question.
Thank you. So, Mr CEO, this is coming not to an information session. The report, the resolution says to a committee meeting, which is a decision-making, to a December, which is a decision-making thing. So how can you have a decision made on what is a report telling somebody what you do, how you do some stuff and how you do it. How can you do that? What sort of a decision is going to be made at a committee without having a risk assessment? If it were an information session, I would totally agree with you. This has been asked to be coming to a committee, which is a decision making. What is going to be decided without a risk assessment? I'm sorry, but I think I don't agree with you there, and I'd like your opinion on that. Thanks.
I would think that you would, something that would fall out of that decision would be that council may wish to consider these particular intersections, having been fully informed about what those implications are, and then make those next steps to actually do those risk assessments. But you don't need to go to a risk assessment. You don't need to make a decision to revert. All you're doing is considering what you would need, what are all the considerations and issues that council would need to consider to make a decision to revert those filtered turning signals back to a normal intersection. So it doesn't mean you have to make a decision at that point in time to do a specific conversion of any particular traffic light.
Can I say that I think both the amendment and the motion have good intent, and I have faith in our senior staff that when they bring this forward to us, they'll be certainly putting all the facts on the table, I'd imagine including risk assessments and that sort of thing, and priorities. Now, we'll close the debate. Councillor Cole, you've got an issue?
I'll raise it again, Mr Chair. The timing is putting staff in the blocks for a risk assessment. I think the CEO was pretty clear about it and diplomatic about it. It's the first step is to look at the principles and the strategy and the policy. Is that right? And then make some determinations. Otherwise, we're loading these guys up with a deadline of December. I can't support that amendment.
That's fine. You've got an opportunity to vote whichever way you wish in a moment. Councillor Summerfield, final discussion, please.
Just a question, if I may, and it's putting you on the spot a bit, Eric, but I just wondered, you know, we're saying that only the new lights that have been replaced, that this has already occurred on. So how many would that be? 10? A dozen? So it's not, I don't think it's a biggie. So we'd only have to worry about a risk assessment on the ones that have already been done. I actually don't think we need a risk assessment at all, because this city has been operating for a long time on these lights with the opportunity to turn.
I'll take that as speaking against the amendment, actually. So, but I'll put it to the vote now. It's been moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Kerry, that council receive a report at the Infrastructure Services Group Committee meeting on the 6th of December 2022 to consider reverting back to filtered turning signals on certain council-owned and maintained traffic signalised intersections after a risk assessment is conducted. Those in favour? Those against? Amendment is lost. We move back to the motion now. And is there a need for us to continue debate on the motion? What's the normal procedure? I don't think we've had a solid... maybe I'll hand back to the mover to sum up in respect to that particular motion.
Thank you, Chair. After considerable community feedback to myself, but also to, I know, several of my colleagues around the table, I think it's really important that we have a look at and receive a report from the officers in regards to the filtered turning circles across our network. So I commend this motion to the table.
Thank you very much. Councillors, will now move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carol, you didn't vote, so I'll take it as a... Yeah, thank you. Yep, thank you. Thank you. No, I just tidying up who voted which way, that's all. Okay, that motion is carried. Has anybody got any other matters they wish to bring forward by resolution to be included in the agenda today? If not, we will move to the next part of things. We'll move to item 16, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That is carried.